and you can see.
I now call to order the Thursday, February 14th, 2023 meeting of the City of Sugar Land Planning and Zoning Commission to order. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, commissioners, and good evening and happy Valentine's Day to everyone watching at home, particularly the spouses of everyone that are here if they're not here. We have a full agenda for tonight, so we will go ahead and get started. I want to point out that the public comment, public hearing that I'm going to call right now is for items that are not on the agenda. Okay, if you signed up to speak on an item that is on the agenda, we'll receive those comments when we do the public hearing on that agenda item. So, Thomas, do we have anyone that signed up for public comment or for public hearing or anything that is not on the agenda?
Mr. Chair, all of our signups are for the public hearing later on this evening.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to item 3A, consideration of an action on the minutes of the January 26, 2023 meeting. Commissioners, you've got those meeting minutes in your packets. Any changes or discussion on the minutes?
Motion to approve.
I've got a motion to approve by Commissioner Landine, and I've got, I hear 2 seconds. I've got a second from Charles here, I'm sorry, to my right. And any other discussion? If you'll vote at this time. I'm sorry, Commissioner Brown. I'm like, where's my head?
Mine's not up. I am voting in favor.
I see the screen, but not the voting. There it is.
Oh, there it is. Just move it around a little bit.
That passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioners. Item 4A, subdivision plat, consideration of an action on the Alcorn Bend Section 3 replat. Laura Waller, Planner 2. Good evening, Laura.
Good evening. So starting off pretty easy with a pretty easy replat here. So this is for Alcorn Bend Section 3. It was originally platted in 1994. This is a minor replat that's coming forward to combine a residential lot and a landscape reserve. This is required to come before the commission to review because it is removing a landscape-only restriction on that reserve so that the property owner can build a pool in their backyard to cross the property line. This landscape reserve was originally sold as part of the residential lot. It was just platted separately originally. So there are no other changes, no zoning issues that are created with this alteration in combining these lots. This is a copy of the proposed minor plat. Staff did notice a couple of minor things wrong. There's a repeated text in the dedicatory language, as well as the actual lot number is missing from the lot in question. But aside from that, staff does recommend approval of the replat with those 2 conditions. And we're ready for your action whenever you are.
All right, thanks, Laura. Any questions from any of the commissioners on the plat?
It was hard for me to tell where was the reserve that we were encompassing? Was that on the right side of the lot?
It's so right about here there was a line, and that line is being erased basically.
Oh, is that what was on this exhibit?
Sorry, no. If you look on the screen, it was the line was right about here.
And what was that? Was that part of the original subdivision? Was there a reason it was?
It was a landscape reserve as part of the original plat in 1994.
Okay, and there's no regulations in deed restrictions or HOA or anything?
No, the only restriction was that it was a landscape-only reserve per the plat, so they're replatting so that it's no longer a landscape reserve. It's now part of the residential lot.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I'll make a motion that we approve the Alcorn Bend Section 3 replat.
I second.
Is there a second? We've got a second from Commissioner Patel. Any other discussion? All right, please vote.
Mine's not coming up. I vote yes, though.
All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Laura. And I think we've got you again. Item 5 A, consideration of and action on a recommendation for the conditional use permit for an animal services, boarding, and daycare facility located at 14033 Southwest Freeway, Suite 705, to members of the City Council.
Yes, so if you'll recall, at the January 26th meeting, we did hold a public hearing for this K9 CUP. So we are back again for the consideration and action on that. So just a little refresher, this is at the Parkway and Southwest, or the Southwest Freeway here on the corner, right near Sugar Creek. There is an existing vacant building. It used to be a jewelry shop here at the front of the park at Sugar Creek Shopping Center. The existing building is about 9,700 square feet, and they propose to add just over 3,500 square feet outdoor area with an 8-foot opaque fence for screening and sound purposes. There is additional landscaping also placed around the exterior of that fence. There's no nearby residential property, and there are no unsupervised animals outdoors. No animals outdoors at night altogether. The CUP is not in conflict with the land use plan as part of the Neighborhood Activity Center. So recapping that public hearing, there were no speakers present, and the concerns were primarily for fencing, maximum number of animals, waste disposal, and noise, things like that. The size recommendation that came out of this for the daycare from the K9 staff is about 12 square feet for small dogs and 18 square feet for large dogs for daycare. And then the USDA does have a recommended minimum size for overnight boarding based on the size of the dog, and K9 does exceed all of that, all of those standards with their room sizes. The waste control, fencing, and staffing is all either very similar to what our animal shelter does, or it exceeds the quality provided by city staff. So you had asked us to consult with some of our animal shelter staff, and we did so, and they are at meeting or higher quality at this boarding facility. We worked up a map. You had asked for what's the approximate distance to the nearest residential. So there is about 200 feet to the nearest residential home. Of note is that this is a 6-foot masonry fence at the back of this property. So the access to this property would actually have to come down here and loop all the way up Lakeside. So this is just to that 6-foot masonry fence at the back of their property. We also worked up some sound numbers for you. So based on sound properties, the way that waves work, distance, things like that, even the loudest dogs that might be outside the store, if there was no fence, would still not be able to be heard over the sound of the quietest traffic on 59 based on sound properties. So with the additional 8-foot fence at the K9 site, as well as the 6-foot masonry fence at the rear of this family home, we do not believe that the dogs will be causing any noise pollution at these properties. So the site plan and the elevations are the same. There were no proposed changes. We have given you some additional information. So here is an image of the existing building, so you can kind of see what the existing color scheme is. I believe the canopies would be replaced to a different color, but the materials of the building itself are proposed to remain the same. And then this is an image or a rendering of what the proposed fencing type is. So it is a similar color, and it is that faux stone. So it will look like stone, but it will be non-porous so that it can be cleaned effectively to keep it clean and free of smells for any outdoor animal stuff. So the landscape plan is also, it has no proposed changes, and the way that their grass system work, it does help with the liquid waste runoff, and physical waste runoff will be put into the garbage dumpsters with the lids closed per our animal services standard operating procedure. Whoop, wrong direction. So therefore, staff does support still a recommendation of approval to the mayor and city council for that conditional use permit, with the condition that it be constructed in accordance with the attached site plan elevations and landscape plan. And we do have staff as well as the applicant again for any further questions.
All right. Thanks, Laura. And before we see if there's any other questions, I'd like to thank the applicant and staff for working together to address some of the questions that we raised during our last session. So I think that was very helpful. Questions from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Patel, anything from you?
Remind me, there was a question last time about it's not going to be manned overnight. And what was the response of how far are they going to be, like, if some emergency does happen in the middle of the night?
So that would be handled exactly the way it is at any other animal shelter. So it is standard practice for shelters to not be manned. If there was an emergency, then emergency services would respond just like they would at any other facility or building that is not manned at night, as well as the person who is on call, the manager for the building, would be notified as well.
Okay. Okay, that's all.
Commissioner DeWitt, any questions?
Well,
Commissioner
so
Smith?
thanks for the information. I think this was very useful based upon our last conversation. But based upon then the square footages per dog for the small and large, did they come back and say, well, how many dogs could be in the particular?
So because
canine.
because this is both a boarding and daycare, there are radically different sizes for each of those. So instead of proposing a strict maximum, it was too difficult to come up with a solid number, because if they change any of their rooms from daycare to boarding or vice versa, the numbers could range anywhere from 100 to almost 400 or 500. I mean, it's a really big, it's an exaggerated difference because of the size minimum differences.
Yeah, I would expect though that within the boarding though, they're not going to continue to change the configuration within the building, correct? So they would be able to house X amount of dogs based upon that configuration that they have.
So if they have half of the building right now for boarding and half of it for daycare, and then they have more people coming in for boarding instead of daycare, then they could potentially be changing their room numbers. So that's kind of why they didn't have a set exact number right now, because they might change their configuration in the future, in which case, if we codify that right now, they would have to come back every single time they change the number of rooms.
And just to make sure I understand that, but the ratio stays the same, right? It's just if they elect to devote more space to one or the other, they
So
are
that's
governed by the ratio.
if you codify those square footages per dog, I suppose so. But that's not in the site plan itself. That's just information we provided you, how they operate.
So that table's not going to be codified in the CUP?
Not unless you guys add it as a condition.
Well, that's why you guys did all that hard work, so.
And when you talk about the table, are we talking about,
Yeah,
The small dog, large
small
dog
dog,
table.
large dog.
yeah, this is on, it's not paginated, but it's on the second page of our
Page 2,
packet.
right.
Okay. And does the I'll ask you if the applicant wants to address this. Does the applicant have any issues with complying with that ratio, or just agreeing that they will observe those ratios, depending on the mix? Remember to introduce
myself.
yourself for the record.
Yep,
Yeah,
my
thanks.
name's Michael Dorr. I'm one of the managing partners. This is my business partner.
I'm Matthew Evancho.
So if we want to codify having those daycare requirements for the 12 square feet for small dogs, 18 square feet for large dogs, that completely understand, just like what Laura was saying. The reason we didn't want to give a set number is because if we change the interior demographics, we didn't want to have to keep coming back to you guys and doing that.
Understood. Thank you.
Nothing else.
Anything else, Commissioner Hart? Any other commissioners? Okay, then I'll make a motion that we recommend approval of the conditional use permit for animal services boarding and daycare facility located at 14033 Southwest Freeway, Suite 705, to members of the city council, with the proviso that the ratios on page 2 of the packet be included in the final documentation.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second from Commissioner Landine. Any additional discussion? All right, please vote. Looks like there it is. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Laura. Again, thank you very much to the applicant for addressing the questions that were raised during our last session. I think that was extremely helpful, and good luck. All right. We will move on to item 6A.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry.
That is posted to begin at 6:30. You still have 11 minutes before you can legally start the hearing.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to adjourn until 6:30? All right, so because the public meeting, let me correct myself. Because the public hearing was posted for 6:30 PM, we need to abide by the posting time so that everyone that wants to attend and participate can do that. So we will adjourn briefly, and we will be back here at 6:30 for the public hearing. Thank you. We are in recess. Try to keep a list. How's that? All right, good evening, everyone. We're back from recess. It's now 6:30 p.m. Thank you for your patience. And unless anyone stops me again at this time, we will go to item 6A, public hearing. We will receive and hear all persons desiring to be heard on the proposed rezoning for the Imperial Historic District General Development Plan and proposed land use plan amendment for approximately 40 acres of land located along US 90A, further described as 1.7540 acres being all of Reserve D, Imperial Market, 19.154 acres being all of Reserve A, Imperial Market, 0.470 acres being all of Reserve C, Imperial Market, 9.334 acres out of a call 41.034 acre tract located in the S.M. Williams League, abstract number 97 in Fort Bend County, and 9.309 acres out of a call 12.916 acre tract located in the S.M. Williams League, abstract number 97 in Fort Bend County. And if you'll just repeat what I just said from memory. No, I'm kidding.
No, later.
So at this time, just to let folks know how this is going to work, we're going to hear the presentations from the city staff, and then we have a number of written comments that have been received that the city secretary is going to read, and then we will receive and hear everyone that has signed up to speak to the commission in public hearing. So, Lauren, take it away.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that was going to be my first slide here. Just a quick overview to let you know how this agenda item will go. So I'm going to make a presentation, then Ruth will come up as well, and we'll overview kind of the city's redevelopment focus, overview of the proposed general development plan and the land use plan amendment, recap the workshop that the Planning and Zoning Commission had with City Council, and then go into our community engagement efforts and the public input that we've received. Then we'll open the public hearing, have all speakers come and speak in person, comments be read, and then we'll move into the discussion with staff and with Puma. After that, we will move into the recommendation for the commission to make a recommendation to City Council. This is a critical component as City Council will be holding their public hearing and consideration of the ordinance next week on February 21st. And in order to hold that public hearing, they must receive the recommendation of the commission. So I'm going to start here. This slide is titled Sugarland's Life Cycle, but it is the life cycle that applies to all cities. So when you take a look at where we were. So we started out the population growth curve. We were a smaller town. We had a small population. Our early years were defined by our connection to Imperial Sugar. We had a small grid of streets. It was near the railroad and what is today 90A. Then move into the 70s, 80s, 90s. We saw a rapid growth in population. Our growth accelerated as folks made their way here to Sugarland. New roads, new highways, new master planned communities, all popped up. And then we're here. This is Sugarland today. And so we've grown to be this hub for jobs, for entertainment. It's kept us an attractive place to live, but we're almost built out. And we've got a few remaining vacant parcels that are left. And we've got to make some choices here. And so we have two paths for the future. We've got path one, which is redevelopment, to sort of maintain our trajectory as one of the best places to live, as Sugarland as we know it. We have to begin to redevelop some of these existing properties and have infill development. This means utilizing, having a more productive uses to increase our tax base, to attract young professionals and young families to move to the city, or path two, and that's decline. That's sticking with the status quo, not redeveloping, leaving us sort of unable to respond to our changing market and changing trends, and not really able to attract those families and young professionals. And so why redevelopment? We're at a crossroads of our life cycle, as we saw in that previous image. And so we have to reimagine what growth means. And we want to stay relevant. We want to continue to maintain our competitive edge, but while also preserving our quality of life. And so we got to make some choices. Part of that redevelopment is based on the graph or the map that you see here with the yellow. The yellow is 96% of our city is developed. The 4% that you see in black is the undeveloped area. And because we have such minimal land left, we have to look at how we can get the highest taxable value out of that land and how we can maintain our quality of life and services for our community. And so to do that, to redevelop, we need three things. We need jobs, we need people to live here, and we need visitors and residents to spend money. And they have to come in that order. And this has a cause and effect relationship. And so one creating demand and one creating supply for the other. And that's the economic development impact cycle. And it all begins with job creation and an attraction to here. The jobs create demand for new housing because people want to live near where they work. The new housing and the residents, they create buying power. They create demand for new retail, for commercial, and dining establishments, and together these generate more revenue for our city. Property taxes, sales taxes, keeps our economy strong. It ensures that we can maintain and grow our tax base to fund the high level of services that our residents and our businesses expect. And so redevelopment, you've heard us say it, it's important. Redevelopment is a top priority for the city, and redevelopment of the former Imperial sugar site is one of City Council's top priorities. Puma's project proposal is centered on redeveloping the Char House first. It's the center of preserving our city's heritage at this site. And, we understand the importance and the significance of the Imperial site, its history and preserving its future. So because of that, the city took a proactive approach and we partnered with Puma on this. We offered financial performance-based incentives, and city initiated this rezoning process and the land use plan amendment that we'll be discussing this evening. And so while the P&Z doesn't typically get involved in financial commitments and financial agreements for the city, we believe it's important to understand that we're committed to this endeavor, and we believe that it's important in the success of preserving and redeveloping this site. So to date, the City Council has approved $5 million reimbursement agreement for the pre-construction and construction costs of the Char House. And then, as we are a creditworthy tenant, we've approved a lease agreement for a portion of the redeveloped Char House when it's completed to assist Puma in securing their private financing for the remainder of this project. So projects like this are expensive, they're complex, and that's why we'll be utilizing a variety of financial tools. So I want to also take the next two slides and sort of correct some misunderstandings that are out there right now in the community. One of them that we're hearing is that this project will be Section 8 housing. This project is not affiliated with Section 8 housing or any other affordable housing program. The multifamily will be market rate, and the target demographic is young professionals and empty nesters. Something else we're hearing. The developer will build the apartments and then nothing else. The developer will tear down the Char House. Puma is committed to preserving and reusing the Char House. It is phase one of the development. It's the first thing they're doing. Another one, crime will increase around the apartments. We have, our police department, I should say, has evaluated crime around multifamily, existing multifamily. They have found that there's no significant crime difference where multifamily has been introduced adjacent to single-family homes in Sugar Land. Another one, this plan is already finalized. We are at step 0. There are a myriad of additional steps that are needed to get any type of construction on the ground. There are additional zoning approvals that are needed, and those requests will be brought forward once additional project details are developed out. So we are at step 0. And then lastly, this project extends Houston Metro service. There is no public transit proposed as part of this project. Sugar Land is not within the Houston Metro territory. So now I'm going to touch on the general development plan for a couple slides, and then close my stuff out and hand it over to Ruth for the land use plan portion. So a general development plan is a first step. It is a first step of the zoning process. So it's intended for preliminary and not final determinations on the merits of the development. This is Exhibit B2 from the proposed first step general development plan. This essentially outlines the boundaries of the rezoning here in the crosshatch. And what this really does is lays out some proposed land uses as sort of groups. So the yellow is residential, the red is commercial, some of the green is parkland, open space. This bluish green is more of like a retail flex office space area. So this is intended to show a conceptual site layout plan of where some of the proposed uses could be requested in the future. Some of the knowns are the crosshatched areas here. These are several of the existing historical buildings, so the Char House, silos, 3-bay warehouse, those are here in the crosshatching. So as I mentioned, this is a city-initiated process. We are partnering with Puma, bringing this forward for the rezoning. The general development plan does include several general kind of regulations, a framework of the buildings. So really focusing on the existing historical buildings, providing a framework to be respective of the existing historical architecture, how this area was more of an industrial area. So that's built into this as well. Development will take place in several phases over several years, but the Char House is phase 1 of this development. And then it also includes a list of proposed uses. I outlined kind of the general categories as shown on this layout plan, but the use list that's in the general development plan talks about office, retail, restaurant, bars, entertainment, hotels, personal services, a real variety of uses could be requested. And then the residential component. So it is requesting up to 660 multifamily units, plus a variety of other housing. So the 660 would be a request for the multifamily units. And then in addition to that, there could be a variety of other housing, townhomes, patio homes, duplex, your urban home that's a small lot, kind of 2 to 3 story single family home. All of those are included as potential residential options as well. And just to focus in a little bit on the multifamily request. So it is requesting up to 660 multifamily units in this Imperial Historic District General Development Plan. So that is the area here in purple. It is in, that number is in addition to the 254 units that are already built and occupied here at the Imperial Lofts. And it is also in addition to the 274 units as part of the Suba site, which is not part of Puma's purchase agreement. And finally, before I hand it off to Ruth, so again, we're at step 0. This GDP provides a framework for future development requests to come forward, for future zoning approvals to come forward. More detailed plans have to come forward for any redevelopment, for any construction to occur. This will include, when we have more detail, when the developer has more detailed plans, it will include a traffic impact analysis, the traffic studies. It will include the school impact study. It will include drainage analysis, all of those more detailed technical studies will occur when there's more known. And then again, the city council is holding their public hearing and their consideration of the ordinance for the general development plan and the land use plan amendment next week on February 21st. And so with that, I'm going to hand it off to Ruth and she'll close out staff's presentation.
Good evening, commissioners. Okay, so I'm here to talk to you about the comprehensive plan, specifically Chapter 6, the land use plan. As you know, this is a policy guide for how the city should develop and redevelopment to reach its long-term vision. It is a guiding document that really should be looked at and understood holistically, so not really picking pieces and parts out. It's not a series of regulations that stand alone. It really should be looked at as the intent of the entire document. The plan did anticipate that there could be changes in the future. In fact, if you'd asked me when I was helping draft the plan, I would have said there definitely will be changes in the future because you don't know the future. And so we're just making our best plans at that time. But it specifically recognized that we would need to make changes in accordance with evolving market and changes in demographics. And in particular, it says that in the event there's an exceptional development that's submitted that meets the overall spirit and intent of the plan, but deviates from some of the specific detailed guidance in the plan, it should be reviewed, and any changes should include public input and review by the P&Z and council. So that's precisely what we're here to do this evening, and what City Council will be reviewing at their meeting next week is an amendment to the land use plan. But first, I want to kind of walk through the portions of the plan that are most applicable to the application that's in front of you. So this is kind of the general vision statement that the city is going to develop and redevelop to remain a desirable place to live and do business, responding to changes in the market and demographics, balancing land uses, preserving the character of our neighborhoods, creating mixed-use centers. So this general development plan would allow us to take a step towards achieving that vision for the city. There's also a total of 10 goals in the land use plan, and at least 3 of them really directly apply to the application that's in front of you. The first is creating mixed-use activity centers. So this general development plan is located within one of our regional activity centers, which are envisioned to be mixed-use, compact, walkable, bicycle-friendly areas with active public spaces that serve as destinations for the city and the region. As we're preparing the detailed plans going forward, we will be reviewing and analyzing against the policies that are in this particular goal that talk about how to create public spaces and streets that are designed for people. And so as we get further in the process, we can further ensure that these the vision for these areas are met. Goal 3 is encouraging residential options. It encourages us to provide housing opportunities for people of all ages and stages of life. We have heard from our community that there is a desire for different kinds of housing. Right now, we are a predominantly single-family neighborhood community. I think we've 80-90% I think of our housing is single family residential, and people are looking for places to downsize as they get older. They're looking for places for their young professional children to come and move back into the community before they have a family of their own and a home that they want to live in. And just really more places that they can walk instead of having to drive everywhere. And so we are looking for opportunities to incorporate more housing types into our community, and what's in front of you would allow for us to do that. This goal also talks about locating new multifamily and mixed-use settings in regional and neighborhood activity centers. Through the process, we recognized that there was concern about new multifamily development happening in our community, but we also recognize that a lot of the concerns really relate more to what can happen over the long run in more garden style, kind of standalone multifamily, and that's really not what's envisioned for our community in the future. And so through locating these in regional and neighborhood activity centers and mixed-use settings like the one that we're in today, we expect that these facilities will maintain their quality over time. And then finally, goal 10 is celebrate Sugar Land. So this is really one of the best opportunities that we have to to celebrate Sugarland and preserve our history by creatively reusing the historic buildings that we have. There's not many of them here in the city, but the historic chart house is certainly the most iconic. Another section of the plan is the areas of change section. So this is where we provided sort of a vision of each of the regional activity centers, as well as some other areas around the community we're expecting redevelopment to take place. In this case, the description and the areas of change was largely based on the general land plan for the broad Imperial development, which was originally about a 700-acre development. And then also the planned developments, the zoning approvals that were in place at the time for Imperial Market and Imperial Lofts. It did anticipate, though, that it would have a mix of uses, including retail, offices, and a variety of residential types, so single-family, multifamily, townhomes, senior living. In particular, as it relates to multifamily, it did estimate that we would have up to 526 units in the area in the Regional Activity Center. But again, that was really based on the zoning that was in place at that time. And so there's a recognition now that we need to reevaluate that. And then finally, we have the future land use map and categories, and this just further reinforces the idea of the kind of development that we want to see in our regional activity centers. This is our future land use map. As you probably know by now, there's 5 regional activity centers, which are shown in kind of the maroonish color, and the Imperial Regional Activity Center is located here. So I actually have another map. Here we go. This is the same one that you saw a minute ago with Lauren's part of the presentation, but the dashed red line is the outline of the Imperial Regional Activity Center. And so this is about 200 acres, and it does include Constellation Field. There's the some of the existing residential along Imperial Boulevard. There's some townhomes in there and what we call urban homes. This is where some of the townhomes and the Overture are located. So just based on all of that I just summarized for you, we do believe that the proposed concept in this general development plan is consistent with the goals, the vision, the intent of the land use plan. But there are some revisions necessary to that one specific section, the regional activity center areas of change description. The changes that are in your packet that are proposed will accommodate the concept plan for the historic district area that's being proposed by Puma. It does include increasing the number of multifamily units in that 200-acre rack to 1,200 total. So kind of going back to what Lauren was talking about earlier, it would be up to 660 in the kind of purplish maroonish color. And that is in addition to the existing 254 and the ones that are allocated to SUBA that are 274 units. So it is 1,200 in the entire regional activity center in the red line. Part of that change to the regional activity center description is the pie chart that shows the land uses, the estimated land uses. It has increased the overall percentage of residential in the regional activity center. This is based on both the existing and the proposed residential. And again, this is all residential types. So it's not just the multifamily. And also want to point out that this is based on estimated square footage of buildings, not actual land area. If you looked at it more land area instead of square footage of buildings, it would be in the new pie chart, the residential actually would be like in the 45 to 55%. But just when you add things up using square footage of buildings, this is the new kind of layout. So we as city staff and city council recognize the importance of this project from the very beginning and really endeavored to set out to do things a little bit differently than the way that we typically do. Most of the time when we get to a planning and zoning commission with a public hearing is really the first time that we've done much engagement with the community, but we knew how important this was to us as a city, to the community. And so we kicked off our community engagement back in early December. So it's been going on for a few months now. So it started with a joint press release with Puma where we announced the partnership, and we created a web page and created a place where people could email in to ask questions about what's going on with the project. We also held a stakeholder meeting with some folks who live nearby the site and had 2 town halls back in December. During those town halls, the Puma development introduced themselves and just kind of gave the community an opportunity to ask some initial questions. They presented their vision at that time. The proposal really hadn't been developed at that time. It was still very much in progress. And so they essentially presented what was available at that point in time. And so now here we are presenting sort of the next layer of information that we have available. So the information hasn't changed since that last presentation. It's just been added to. We also have had quite a bit of media attention with this project, where the city has prepared blog posts and put things out on social media and other places. And that's been picked up by other local media outlets, whether it's KPRC or the Houston Chronicle. And through those earned media is what my communications friends call it. We've gotten a lot of press, and there's been a lot of input from the community largely through social media. So there have been several ways that we have been engaging the community since that December 1st date. And one of those was through the project page. There was an email link that people could send in responses. And so we had emails come in from across the city. The highest concentration of these emails came in support, or concentration of support came from the Imperial neighborhood. So 14 out of the 42 supporting statements were in Imperial. We heard a lot of people say that they purchased their home in this area because they wanted to walk to this historic district. And so they're very anxious to see the development take place. So about 54% of the sentiment that we saw from those particular emails was positive, 16% was negative, and the rest was neutral. Another way that we've received comments was from once we kicked off the official process with the public hearing, then there's kind of another way that the public can comment. And so we started receiving those emails back on February 6th. And so we have actually received 155 public hearing comments. They have predominantly been negative, but we also noticed that a lot of them were repeating misinformation that had been placed in, say, Nextdoor or in other places. Some of that misinformation is what Lauren talked about. So people were concerned about Section 8 housing or about Metro coming to Sugar Land and those kinds of things. So it's unclear whether their sentiment would have been the same if that misinformation wasn't included in the emails. But we did hear largely negative comments from this kind of means of input. This map shows you where we were hearing from. So the red dots show you if they were in opposition, and the green dots show support. So we did hear from people across the community, a fair number in Venetian Estates that were concerned, some on the north side of 90 as well, but you also see, I know, I apologize, it's a little difficult to see here, but there are some green dots in there as well. That's the 14% on the north side, and I think that's, some of the folks that look for the opportunity to walk to the proposed development. And then finally, talk a little bit about social media. So as I said, the city has engaged the community in a lot of different ways, and this goes back to the beginning of December, where we were posting on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We've done city posts, and like I said, the news has picked up on that, and then there has been social media communication about it. The city uses a tool called Zen City that is a social listening tool, and so it essentially listens to the social media discussion and discourse that's happening in public forums, and it picks up on that sentiment. And so what you see here is that 57% of that sentiment has been positive since December, and 5% has been negative, with the remaining being neutral. So what you see in this little graph here is the spikes of when there was a lot of kind of chatter on social media. The green is positive, So right around the town halls, there was a lot of positive comments, with the negative being shown in the red, kind of flatter line down here. And then more recently, you saw a spike again. This time the negative is a little bit higher. Now, I do want to point out that there is more negativity toward the project that we're seeing in closed groups and on Nextdoor. The city doesn't have direct access to those, but we do. People send us screenshots of what's happening in other places just for awareness of, some of that misinformation, so that we can try and correct it. But what we have found is that those tend to be hubs of a lot of misinformation. And since we can't directly access them, we can't get in there and actually correct that information directly. But we do our best to go onto our own platforms and correct information where we are able to just to make sure that people are as informed as possible. So back in January, on the 24th, you were in attendance at a joint workshop with the City Council. We did hear from some members of the public during the comment period, and they spoke with some comments about crime and traffic and impacts on property values. Also had some comments about the convict leasing program. And then the commission and council discussed some of those same items, and also the potential impact to the school district. Question was also asked, why is there an increase in multifamily units being requested? What the answer to that question is that this is the number that Puma has indicated that they need for the financial viability of the project. So that is really the wrap up of our presentation. So your next step is to hold a public hearing, and then you will have a commission discussion and questions with staff is here, Puma is here to answer questions. We have folks from several city departments that we are ready to answer your questions this evening. And then we'll be asking for your recommendation to City Council so that they can hold their public hearing and consideration next week. We did meet all the requirements of the public hearing. We also have a number of frequently asked questions on the project webpage, and place the sign out at the site like we typically do. So at this time, staff does recommend that you hold a public hearing followed by consideration and action on the proposed rezoning to the general development plan, as well as the land use plan amendment. And we do support a recommendation of approval to the mayor and city council. And we will be happy to answer any questions after the public hearing.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. At this time, we're on item 6A. I will open the public hearing. We will receive and hear all persons desiring to be heard on the proposed rezoning for the Imperial Historic District General Development Plan and proposed land use plan amendment. I believe we're going to start with Thomas, the city secretary, reading comments into the record that were submitted prior to the meeting.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, if I may, for those standing in the back, we do have empty seats up here in the front if you'd like to sit down. And in the Kane room right down the hall, which is the first large meeting room to your right, we're also broadcasting in there, and there are chairs in there as well. So feel free to have a seat or go into the Kane room or stand if you like.
Thank you, Thomas.
Mr. Chairman, can you clarify what comments are we hearing? Are these new comments that we haven't received? Are these comments that we received prior to the meeting but after the deadline? Could you just clarify?
The comments I'm reading into the record are ones referring to the options that were posted on the agenda for tonight. So these are people that emailed the city secretary's office and would like for me to read their comments into the record for them. So these were the comments that were, not the online form, but these are the comments that they emailed directly. And the deadline to receive those was 3 o'clock today.
So we may or may not have seen.
We've seen, as I understand it, we've seen the online comments. These are ones that did not come in on the online portal.
Correct.
These were
You've seen the
emailed
ones that are
directly
on the
to
online
city
form.
secretary's office, and not the ones.
These were directly to me.
That's correct. So these will be different because what we received are all the online ones. These are direct communications to the city.
Correct.
All right,
Yes, sir.
we'll hear those at this time.
These are the ones that asked for me to read in the record. Yes, ma'am. Okay, first up, we have Catherine He, a resident of Telfair Sugarland. I'm writing to express my concern and dissent regarding the construction of 934 apartments in the Imperial Historic District. While I understand the need for affordable housing options, I believe this project is not suitable for our neighborhood for several reasons. First, the proposed development is likely to bring a significant increase in crime to the area. Low-income housing is often associated with higher levels of crime and safety concerns, which would negatively impact the safety and quality of life for our residents in the neighborhood. Second, the development will also likely cause a decrease in property values. The influx of low-income residents would make it more difficult for current residents to sell their homes and could also lead to a decline in the overall value of the neighborhood. Finally, I believe that this development would be incompatible with the character of our neighborhood. Our community is an upscale neighborhood known for its well-maintained home, clean streets, and friendly neighbors. The proposed low-income housing project would fundamentally alter the character of our neighborhood and could negatively impact the well-being of our current residents. In conclusion, I strongly oppose the plans to build 934 apartments in the Imperial Historic District and amend the land use plan for the Imperial Regional Activity Center because it can have negative impact on property values, public safety, and overall quality of life in the neighborhood. I respectfully request that you consider these concerns and take them into account as you make your decisions on this project. Thank you for your time and consideration. If everybody would please mute their cell phones, I would greatly appreciate it. Okay, up next, we have Beverly and Charles Mancoso. As residents for Sugar Land for the past 32 years, we wish to request and urge you to empathetically vote no on this redevelopment plan regarding apartments and Houston Metro service to the historical Imperial Sugar area on Highway 90A. Here's why redevelopment, construction of apartments, and extending Houston Metro service far out to suburban subdivisions is what drove us out from our prior Southwest Houston community. With this type of redevelopment comes congestion and traffic, crime, burglaries, vandalism, drugs, and lowers property values while most likely raising property taxes. Within 1 year of this same redevelopment, our prior subdivision, our home was burglarized not just once but twice, and the area quickly declined. It was after the second burglary in 1990 that we decided we had to move, as we did with several of our friends. We chose Sugar Land and moved into new territory in August 1991. We love our Sugar Land community and do not want to see it destroyed by the same reckless plan under the guise of improvement or redevelopment. Okay. Up next is D. Clark. Wish to voice my opinion concerning this area. I am currently against the city of Sugar Land receiving $5 million of aid in redevelopment of historic Imperial Char House for Section 8 housing. Let's see here. Up next is Nikki Henriksen. I'm writing to express my concerns and my opposition to the requested apartments in his Imperial Historic District. We first moved to Texas in the mid-90s when we were considering several areas in the Houston area, but we decided to settle in Sugar Land for several reasons: its charm, its openness, its trees, its cleanliness, etc. It had a city feels, but yet not a hustling and bustling feel. Back then, First Colony Mall was not even a big thing. Highway 6 was not anything like it is today, and we used to be able to ride our bikes on First Colony Boulevard to Sweetwater Subdivision. Today, when I drive around Sugar Land, Richmond, apartments are popping up left and right. Traffic is horrendous, especially on Highway 6. As a longtime Sugarland resident and taxpayer, I urge you to vote no on this project. Everyone can look around and see that our southern border is wide open, as with such projects as these. Sorry, I'm gonna skip over this part. This is kind of slanderous. Often walk around Sugarland and notice that these increase amount of trash, litters, empty alcoholic bottles on sidewalks and grassy areas. I've had to call Sugarland police to report suspicious activities in my neighborhood, to report on people who illegally blocked fire hydrants and stop signs. I've also noticed that our homes in my neighborhood were broken into. I truly hope that you will consider and respect your constituents' voices and concerns and vote no on this project. Okay, up next we have James Lieberman. He writes, I'm completely opposed to the rezoning and land use plan amendment, particularly as it relates to the current Imperial Char House preservation plan. The Sugarland community is a community of single-family homes. My wife and I purchased our home here primarily due to Sugarland being comprised of a community of single-family homes. I do not believe the only way that this plan will be successful is to add apartments to our community based on past history. I do believe that it will completely change Sugarland in a negative way by changing the zoning and moving forward with this project as it currently stands. It will decrease property tax values. Sugarland is a single-family home community. I do not want my community to become a new Sharpstown. Also, public opinion is not in favor of more apartments, so why disregard our community's feedback? I recommend the following. A traffic plan analysis be performed prior to moving forward with any zoning change. B, a Fort Bend ISD impact study be performed prior to moving forward with any zoning change. C, current project with only single-family homes. D, City of Sugarland should conduct its own independent feasibility study, again, prior to moving forward with any zoning change. Why is the city allowing Puma Development to dictate, what is good for the community? I hear that Puma is promising up to $1 billion of added investment. I recommend the developer be held committed under contract to provide at least $1 billion of investment. Also, the Puma have the financial balance sheets to deliver this commitment or any aspects of this project. This is a very precious land to all of us. I've been a resident and homeowner in this community since the early 1990s, about 31 years. Planning and Zoning Commission members should vote no on this project as it currently stands. This is from Charles Morgan. He states, I am not for the complex. Please restore the landmark. Okay, this is from Kristen Little. I'm Kristen Little, founder of Friends of Old Sugarland. I am not a resident of the Hill, but I have owned property in the Hill since 1986. I'm very passionate about the Hill and Imperial Sugarland. Shortly after moving to Sugarland, I reached out to Mr. Rozelle and was given a personal tour of the refinery. I would later interview him and others in an effort to preserve our history. I started our community organization, Friends of Old Sugarland, in 1991 to preserve history of Imperial Sugar homes and the love for the community. This project is very exciting, especially after witnessing 20 years of deterioration of the Char House. I was impressed with Puma's presentation and desire to save the Char House. I set up a meeting with our council member, Suzanne Watley, and the Hill block captains over the concern of the number of multifamily units proposed. Overall, our block captains were very enthusiastic about having a walkable historic district, much like the Pearl in San Antonio. However, we have other residents who are concerned with the total number of family units and the classification of the number of units. I believe to make an informed decision, residents need to know the breakdown of how many are condos, apartments, lofts, or townhomes. I know some are coming here today in opposition. I am also a realtor who specializes in Old Sugar Land. As a realtor, I do not like apartments. However, years ago, an appointment to the Sugar Land Planning and Zoning Commission, Mayor Lee Duggan, taught me to look at the whole picture. I see a need for some multifamily in the area, condos, lofts, townhomes, and some apartments. In addition, if the Char House becomes the Cannon office space, there will be additional need. In researching rentals in the area, I pulled not owner-occupied properties on tax rolls, and the Hill has approximately 60 rentals out of about 200 homes. Mayfield has 83, Sugar Mill has 75, and the city of Sugar Land has approximately 5,000 rental homes on the tax rolls. I have found that property owners do not like rentals in their neighborhood either. We listed on Friday in the area for $2,400 per month, and Saturday we had a retired couple who sold their home and a Michelin chef both wanting the home. There is a housing need for retirees and young professionals. Our world has certainly changed over the past few years, especially how people work, live, and play. I personally do not think it would make sense for Puma to spend $64 million on renovation of the Char House and surround it by low-income or cheap apartments. Sir, I'm over time. Would you like me to continue or stop right there?
Go ahead, Thomas, finish.
Okay. Again, to make an informed decision, residents really need a breakdown of the 660 units, especially that number that cannot be decreased. In looking at the whole picture, I am more concerned about if Puma walks again and more years go by and the Char House is demolished. I believe this is our last opportunity to make something work. If it is demolished and we lose the iconic Char House, the historic district designation will be gone, and just about anything can go on this acreage. My sole purpose of submitting this statement is to plead that this not pass tonight, that our exhausted city staff and Mr. Tuna Puma, who have worked hard on all of this for the past 2 years, do not close the door on this project. Please go back to the table and break down how many of the 660 will be apartments and present it to the Planning and Zoning Commission again. We do not want to lose what is likely our last opportunity to save the Char House. I don't agree with simply opposing or approving the development without more clarification on the multifamily. I have to close with gratitude for all of you. We appreciate that our Economic Development, Community Engagement, Planning and Zoning Commission and Councilmember Watley have done to involve our community on this proposal. You all have spent countless hours of work on this. We sincerely appreciate all your hard work and efforts. Thank you. Up next is Suzanne Fortenberry. I'm opposed to raising the cap on apartments in the Regional Activity Center for the historic Imperial Sugar Land development. I'm opposed to any more residents built in or near the historic Imperial Sugar area unless they are single-family homes on standard home lots. Please do not build any more high-density apartments or condos in that area. Please do not increase the number of apartments in any regional activity center in Sugar Land. Please keep the apartment limit to 526 for each regional activity center in Sugar Land. If the cap is exceeded for this development, we know that it will be exceeded for any future development area. The Imperial Lofts, 254 units already built, and the Suba site parcel, 274 units not yet built. Together, already 2 units over the Regional Activity Center apartment cap of 526. Additional residences along Imperial Boulevard, not mentioned in Imperial Sugar Historic Development info, further greatly exceed the cap. I was curious about the area along Imperial Boulevard between historic buildings and the ballpark at Constellation Field. I drove along the road on Monday, February 12th. To my horror, I saw that there are 3 more high-density developments along Imperial Boulevard. One of those developments, Overture at 55 Plus, has at least 204 apartments. The Retreat at Imperial lists 61 of what they call single-family homes, but they must be condos or townhomes, as they are crammed into very small areas, mostly along walls or little to no lot beyond the foundation footprint. I cannot find info on exactly how many residents are in the Point at Imperial development, but there are probably at least 10 buildings, each of which looks like 4 to 6 units, some still under construction. These are evidently condos or townhomes, as they are marketed online as brownstones and listed from the 770,000s. But they are still high-density residential units no matter the sale price listed. The number of units in lofts at Imperial, the 3 above listed developments, all built along the same street, plus the Sweba site parcel far exceed the RAC cap of 526 that was agreed by the citizens of Sugar Land. I do not understand how these 3 other developments were built and why they are not addressed in the info that the city of Sugar Land has posted on the historical Imperial development. That they expect the citizens of Sugar Land to completely ignore those high-density residential units makes me wonder what else the city of Sugar Land has kept from the citizens. The citizens of Sugar Land spent years, developing the land use plan with the cap of 526 residents in regional activity centers. I do not understand why Sugar Land is turning back on its citizens to accommodate one builder's greed. The developer, Puma, knew the rack cap before they started this project. They now want to add an additional 660 apartments for their own profit. This is not in the best interest of the citizens of Sugar Land. Shame on Puma for using the historical Char House as hostage to put more money into the developer's pocket. Mr. Mark Toom of Puma has clearly stated that Puma will not proceed with the development unless they can add an additional 660 apartments. It doesn't sound like Puma is the best fit for this project in suburban Sugar Land. There has to be a way to save those historical buildings in Sugar Land without destroying the suburban nature of Sugar Land. If Puma backs out of this development because they are denied more apartments, then it's an opportunity to look for a developer who will do things differently. Perhaps a green developer could be found, one who will build LEED certified buildings and design green spaces with Texas native plants to highlight the unique natural history of this area. A green development can bring many other benefits, including energy efficiency, protection from flooding, cooler ambient temperatures, greater biodiversity, cleaner air, etc. Many studies have shown that spending time in a healthy, diverse, natural environment improves mental and physical health for children and adults. A museum of Sugar Land history is proposed for the Imperial site. The entire history of Sugar Land should be acknowledged. In addition,
Hey, Thomas, we're
Yes, sir.
about 2 minutes over. That's been 5 minutes, so
Oh,
why don't you
okay.
wrap this one up?
Yes, sir. I'll move on to the next one.
Thank you.
Our next is from Sheila Wright. Sugar Land became a new residence in the mid-1990s. We selected Sugar Land based upon the area, charm, beauty, tree-lined street, community, and FBISD with exemplary ratings. That rating no longer exists. Sugar Land has had many changes over the past decades. I'm concerned about stretching city resources for these higher density populated neighborhoods. Also traffic, significantly congesting our small town feel. While it brings more residents to Sugar Land, they are leasing tenants, not property owners. thereby increasing the utilization of city, county, and school district resources without paying their fair share of property taxes from property ownership. I implore you to stop this proposal. Sugar Land does not need more multifamily dwellings. Okay, the next is from Alpana Patel. We, as residents of Sugar Land, oppose the amending land use for apartments at all costs. We live in Avalon at Telfair and do not want apartments on Track 5, as this would add traffic concerns already brought at City Council meeting previously to all city officials, including the mayor. We were promised that the residents would have a say-so before any approvals. Hope the officials don't go back on their word. This would greatly impact the traffic concerns as well as the value of our homes. I do want to add that our concerns over amending the land use plan for the apartments at Imperial and proposing apartments at the Imperial sites sets a precedent for what may happen at Track 5, which was just sold to the Dahani Group. Up next, we have David Kimster. The city of Sugar Land has failed to prove there is any demand for high-density housing. Changing the land use plan is outside the scope of responsibility of planning and zoning and city council. Plans have always been developed through months, even years of community involvement. This change will destroy our quality of life we enjoy due to the concentration of new residents in small places and consequent strain imposed on our neighborhood streets and services. Pursuing high-density housing over long term will destroy one of the main attractions for people living in Sugar Land in the first place. Okay, up next, we have Matthew Brown. I am a Sugar Land resident and want to voice my dissent for any changes to the zoning and to add multifamily or any approval for any new apartments to be built or any repurposing existing buildings to become apartments. Please hold firm and do not allow any more apartments in Sugar Land. Up next, we have Clayton Garrett. As a resident of Belknap Brookside, directly adjacent to the Imperial Char House, I welcome the redevelopment of this site. The city of Sugar Land has rightly, in my opinion, prioritized this site for redevelopment, and I believe the time is now for this development to move forward. My family will happily trade off increased street traffic or the associated site challenges for a place that invites the community in and provides a sense of place for the city of Sugar Land. My request to you is to support the momentum and vision and help bring this project to life. Up next, we have Ann Colcarini. We live in Telfair, and we are Sugar Land residents. We are opposing apartments at the Imperial site. This may impact other land uses, which is sold near the Smart Financial Center. We are totally against building any new apartments in this area. Thanks for your consideration. Up next, we have Cindy Michi. I would like to have the following statement entered into the record. I would like to voice opposition to the proposed high-density residential development in Sugar Land Imperial region. I am not opposed to office or retail development, but I am concerned about the effects of additional high-density residential development upon the community in terms of its roads, schools, and crime rate. I am deeply concerned about reports of having Houston Metro service between this development and Houston. This would have a major deleterious impact on the Sugarland crime rate. Please do not facilitate the spread of serious crime issues into suburbia. Up next, we have John McNamee. I'm writing to express my strenuous objection to the proposed construction of a large number of apartments on land near the existing Imperial Sugar Historic Site. The number of apartment units is in direct violation of the city's land use plan that was adopted by City Council several years ago. The number of apartment units would far exceed the agreed number allowed in the plan and would place a serious strain on traffic in the area, as well as water, sewer, and electrical infrastructure in this area. It would also create a strain on area schools, which are near full capacity now. One of the other issues that could be significant is that the many units would be built near the Champion Chemical Facility and may infringe on the plant's EPA hazardous materials mitigation plan. Making any exemptions to the land use plan, which was a consensus document drafted by both the citizens and developers to keep Sugarland as a desirable location for its citizens and future families moving to the area, would be to ignore the careful considerations and rules for no benefit to the community. It would be selling out the city to benefit a land developer who may not have any vested interest in the city. Please instruct the Planning and Zoning Commission to reject this proposal for the good of the city. Up next, we have Marlene Zinmeister. We have 2 homes in Belknap and 1 in Lake Point in Imperial. There currently exist 2 apartment complexes in Imperial, blocks from where you all want to add more. History has proven that affordable housing lowers surrounding property values and increases crime in and around the area. As taxpayers and people who actually reside here, we strictly opposed, and our voices need to be heard. Who's behind the push to have 1,200 apartments built blocks within existing apartments in this owner development or third party? And then, Mr. Chair, we did receive some after the 3 o'clock posted deadline. Would you like me to read those in the record?
Yeah, I think we want to receive those as well. Thomas, go right ahead.
All right, thank you, sir. Up next, we have Nithia. In reference to the public hearing this evening regarding the current proposal for Imperial Sugar District, I would like to voice my vote against the proposal. As a member of the community, I do not agree with the proposal to amend the land use plan, allowing for up to 1,200 apartment units to be built in the city. Using this land for multifamily units impacts the overall family home residents, single-family home residents, with increased traffic, noise, pollution, etc. I'm concerned for the community residents. Please process my vote against this proposal. Okay, up next we have Ann Lee. As residents of Sugarland for many years, we wish to request and urge that you empathetically vote no on this redevelopment plan regarding apartments and Houston Metro service to the historical Imperial Sugar area on Highway 90A. Here's why. Residential development construction of apartments and extending Houston Metro service far out to suburban subdivisions is what drove us from our prior Southwest Houston community. With this type of redevelopment comes congestion and traffic, crime, and burglaries. Within 1 year of the same redevelopment in our prior subdivision, our home was burglarized not just once, but twice, and the area quickly declined.
Hey,
It was-
Thomas, I think that's a duplicate. I think we've already received that one. Let's move on to
It's
the next
it's
one.
filed under a different name, and the one after that reads exactly the same. So yes,
Okay.
sir, you have 3 of the same.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have received today.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. All right, at this time, we will continue with the public hearing, and we will receive all the speakers that are signed up to speak. I would ask you, when I call your name, to please come up to the podium. We do try to limit public comment to 3 minutes, so please be well prepared and please be concise. I don't want to cut anyone off in mid-sentence, and as you can see from the other comments, we'll do our best to receive. We want to hear all the input we can, but please try to do it in a timely fashion. And in case you're wondering, so far we've got 15 folks that are signed up to address us in person. At this time, we'll recognize Doug Goff. Are you here? There you are.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
We're not counting that in your time.
I'm racing as fast as I can. I may have made these points previously, but in our experience, a project such as this will not have housing that is below market. It has to be comparable to what's already been built in Imperial Lofts. I have over thousands of units, of multifamily units that have been built in our master plan communities of Sienna Plantation, Riverstone, Harvest Green, Imperial, and Cross Creek Ranch. In no way have those ever impacted the value of for sale homes. For the primary reason is that our deed restrictions and requirements for the design of the facilities, the maintenance of the facilities, require that they be first class, and it's not going to affect property values whatsoever. I think that's the biggest point I wanted to make, but secondarily, I know for a fact what the numbers look like on this project, and this is an absolute requirement to make it work. If it is built in the first-class manner that we're talking about, otherwise this project will not go forward and it's going to get destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard Marblestone? Good evening.
Unlike the previous speaker, I have no financial vested interest in this project. I am a resident here, and I have 2 simple questions. I would like anybody in the audience here who feels that doesn't have a vested interest financially, who feels that this project will not affect the quality of life in Sugar Land if it's developed, would they please just raise their hands? Anyone who feels this project will not negatively affect this quality, raise your hands now. Negatively affect, okay?
No, you said not. No.
Understand, I am saying those who feel that this project will not negatively affect.
Mr. Marblestone, I don't mean to interrupt. If you've got comments for the commission, we would love to receive those.
One more comment.
No, we're not, respectfully, sir, we're not here to listen to you dialogue with the audience. If you have some comments to make, we would be happy to receive them.
The last thing was just to say, would all those who feel it will affect it negatively, raise your hands, and I am through.
Thank you, sir. Leon Kamen?
If you can put on the screen the proposed plan. Is it possible? Well, I guess people know what it is. Anyway, I'll start with, I seriously doubt the numbers that were presented by the Planning Commission, the numbers of positive and negative. If the numbers are correct, we would like to see supporting documentation and sources, how you really managed to get the numbers, so many positive and so little negative.
Sir, yeah. So please speak into the microphone so everyone
Okay.
can hear you. And I would just ask you again respectfully.
No.
Address the commission, not
Okay.
other people in the audience, please.
Now my reasoning. At the meeting on January 7, which was presented, the numbers were presented, and Mr. Toon was talking about, not a single word was said about the elephant in the room. By elephant in the room, I mean the railroad tracks that really restrict the access of potential residents to the Highway 90, which is basically the major thoroughfare. There are only 2 streets that really face it, and just from our conservative estimate, every 10 to 20 minutes, a train is moving along in each direction. Traffic lights stop, completely stop, and at least takes few minutes for them to start circling again. So I'm not talking about how this 934 potential multifamily people living in these units. We are talking probably 934 units. At least 2 people are living per unit. We are talking 2,000 people. How are they going to get to the Highway 90? It's impossible. Another problem with trains is the noise. We people who live just across the street, I live pretty close to the railroad tracks, we hear the noise all time, day and night. So who's gonna want to live at this place is completely impossible. It's another problem. Talking about the building between Avenue D and Wood Street, we'll have just terrible problem. Another building that are proposed on along the Kempner Street, just next to the railroad tracks. It's really very bad idea. I'm not discussing what kind of people gonna live there. I'm not discussing the quality of people. I'm just saying that this project is really gonna fail because it's not gonna attract people there. Another comment we saw on NetDoor app is for renovation of Char House. We're all for. This is our landmark. And it was likely built by these 95 slaves. So we really need to keep this building. We need to honor these people. The original 2018 land use plan, developed after many months of meetings and discussions, reflect the need of the community. And the addition of 660 multifamily units seems to be a very, very bad idea. The possible outcome of this bad idea will be empty apartments that will force the Sugarland management to issue bonds and increase the taxes on every citizen of Sugarland or convert them into Chapter 8 low-income housing that will change the city of Sugarland as a community forever. Therefore, reflecting majority of comments on Nextdoor, we, in this case, is our 2 families, mine, Mr. Kamen and Mr. Kesselman, we opposed this meeting, and we would like, I presented this copy of this document to the secretary, so I please add it to the minutes of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. Francis Reichlich. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Frances Ricklick. I have been a resident of the Hill since 1988. I'm here on behalf of many Hill residents to voice our opposition to the proposed rezoning for the Imperial Historic District. Word is being spread that there was a consensus the Hill community is in favor of the project. That is simply incorrect. A small group of us walked the neighborhood, knocked on doors, and spoke directly with many residents. Not all of them, but a majority of those we spoke with voiced their opposition to the current proposal. They want the Char House preserved, but not the venue as proposed. Our greatest concern is the increased traffic it will bring into our neighborhood, a reality this community will have to live and breathe every day. We live with the daily interruptions caused by the double railroad tracks and train arm malfunctions. We have schools, churches, and stadium traffic, in addition to other neighborhoods who use Main Street to commute. The traffic brought in from the proposed venues will cause a daily nightmare, but adding 660 apartments to the previously approved 274 is just unimaginable. That is 934 apartments on the small acre between Wood Street and Ulrich. The average numbers of cars per household is 1.8. That is approximately 1,700 cars from the apartments alone. Then add in all the other planned venues and bring in the employees, the patrons, the delivery trucks, etc. That number becomes astronomical. Main already backs up past 7th Street at times. Sometimes a trip down Main Street to access 90, we find Ulrich, Brooks, and Main are all backed up because of trains or malfunctioning arms. Working with Union Pacific to solve issues falls on deaf ears because for the past 35 years, nothing has changed except that they have now taken away our Wood Street access to 90 and installed double tracks. What happens when patrons leave the bars and restaurants and decide to meander through our neighborhoods looking for a way out? Town Square sits right next to an interstate that you can easily access. 90 backs up from trains, arm malfunctions, is filled with lights, slowing everyone's progress. I've seen no proposal explaining what a change in traffic patterns might look like as it pertains to our community's access to 90. Many who want to see the project go forward can't wait to stop in, enjoy the amenities, and then head on down the highway, ignoring the negative impact to the immediate surrounding neighborhoods. It's sad, but I have heard scare tactics that if we don't settle for this, we may end up with an industrial site. Please consider something less dense. Some say get rid of the char house, others say save the char house at all costs. But I've also heard from those who share my following point of view. And since the city chose Valentine's Day to hear from the community, this seems appropriate. It is with our hearts breaking and with tears in our eyes. We would rather see our historic char house come down than watch you destroy our neighborhoods and communities. Make no mistake, taking the char house down is not what we want, but neither is the high-density project you are proposing here today. Thank you.
Dr. Charles Nielsen. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Charles Nielsen. I live on Oyster Creek Drive, and I want to express my opposition as a voice against this huge high-density apartment project, which really amounts to $1 billion project, as I understand it. Now, I'd like to briefly state the 4 reasons that I think that putting this apartment complex right here they have major distractions, which will, I think some of them have been listed already. They're not misrepresentations. Now, of course, the traffic, I could go on for a half hour on that. It's already been studied by potential crossovers and things, but the railroad and the noise, the vibrations, the stopping of the north-south traffic to stop the access from the apartment dwellers into the main thoroughway 90A, the adjacent chemical plant, and I'd say the ambience from seeing the northern border, Mayfield Park area, all of these surround that area, and there's no other area in Sugar Land that seems to have these detractions. This is a terrible situation. But I do want to express what us old timers that came here 30, 40 years ago, what brought us here. As a native Houstonian, my young family and I moved to Sugar Land in 1985. That's 37 years ago. I think I can represent the bulk of migrants who came to the city back then, who were seeking the quiet repose of a small bedroom community as an enclave against the hustle bustle of Houston's traffic congestion and helter-skelter zoning, which allowed apartments to ruin the ambience and property values throughout its suburbs, like Fondren Southwest, Sharpstown, Gulfton, Chimney Rock area. And another very important attraction back then was the fine school district available and the community structured sports teams for our children, which involved swim teams, baseball, soccer throughout Sugar Land's various divisions. Now, I can tell you with certainty that multiple fine restaurants, dazzling entertainment centers, museums, shopping malls, and the rest of the big developers' dream concepts were simply not what attracted us to Sugar Land back then. Somehow we have evolved into a community intent on destroying all of these fine attributes we originally came here for. It was just 5 years ago that our city council balked when it faced the need for repairing the Imperial area's community swimming pool, home of the Sugar Land Sharks. It was hard to believe that even smaller bedroom communities still were capable and desirous of supporting their community facilities, while Sugar Land felt so constrained because they were dealing with big dollar plans instead. I want the city council to know this city's growth originally had little to do with big developments and fancy schemes, and that a large number of us who have settled here do not feel the compulsion to turn Sugar Land into a multitude of big projects that ruin the ambience and quiet nature of what started out as a bedroom community. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Elisal Alcala. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Elisol Alcalá. I own a house at Telfair, which I bought 15 years ago, and I have lived in there since then. I am opposed to this development. The reasons are the same reasons that we have already heard from the readings, the communications that everybody has submitted. The apartments tends to raise the crime rate. Of course, yes, those are apartments for rent. So those are people that are coming and going. They are not going to stay there 15 years or 30 years or more than 30 years as other people that own houses stay. They are going to live there for a while, then they will go and come, and we will have a lot of people coming and going out of the city, affecting the crime rate. 1,200 units, that means average 2,400 cars. 2 cars per unit. And then, so the expansion of the Highway 6 didn't really resolve all the problems. So the cross between 59 and Highway 6, I still had to wait about 20 cars in front of me before I can cross that corner, and traffic lights green and red several times. So that will increase all the traffic around the area. So I don't see how this plan is leaving for later those traffic studies and those other evaluations around the infrastructure in the city. But that is going to be a real issue also. The schools, yeah, is going to be a problem. It's already a problem. At Telfair, the elementary school has been expanded, adding trailers around the school, which is ugly. I'm glad that I didn't buy the house in front of the school, which my husband wanted, but I convinced him, no, it's not a good place, a house in front of the school. It's completely ugly at this point. So can you guys imagine how that is going to be with 1,200 apartments? And I know the target has been declared as people with no kids and, no kids, empty nesters or households with no kids or whatever. But that's not the case. So what are we going to tell to those people? No, you have a kid, you cannot live here. Or no, your wife is pregnant. Now you have to move out of this place because you cannot live here if you can have kids. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope this project is not approved. Thank you.
Thank you. DJ Blanchard.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is DJ Blanchard. I'm with Subi USA Corporation. We're a Houston-based developer that's developed residential and commercial properties throughout Houston and in Sugar Land for the past 35 years. We developed the ballpark lofts at Imperial, we developed Telfair lofts, and we developed the multifamily that's in Sugar Land Town Square, where we are tonight. My company has submitted a letter to you. I hope it's in your materials, but if not, I'm going to try and quickly summarize it this evening. In 2016, an affiliate of SUBA acquired 3.9 acres of land in the Imperial Historic District. We proposed a project that would have 274 units, and at that time it was the only permitted multifamily project to be permitted under the PD for the historic district. Since 2016, we've not been able to commence on our project. That's due to restrictions imposed under the Third Amendment to the redevelopment agreement for Imperial and the previous master developer's inability to start on their project. It's SUBA's strongest hope and desire to see the historical and cultural heart of the city of Sugar Land, the Char House, the Imperial Sugar Complex, be saved, be redeveloped into a thriving mixed-use community that will add value for Sugar Land's residents for generations to come. We're encouraged by the emergence of Puma Development, and we welcome them as a potential master developer for the overall project. However, we do have significant concerns with the current proposed rezoning and the land use map that's just recently been released. These concerns include our land, our 3.9 acres, just being completely excluded from the new PD boundaries. It's classified as an out parcel, even though for going on 5 years now, we've been an integral part of that historic district. There's been a lack of information and coordination and planning between our two respective developments. And I don't know that anyone knows specifically what's being proposed and how our two developments will interact with each other. And finally, there's been no discussions that we're aware of the Third Amendment to the redevelopment agreement. So our request to P&Z is simple. We simply request that you table any decision tonight so that we can get some clarity on these very important topics and neither approve nor deny and simply table the matter. SUBA is a landowner in the historic district, and we're a stakeholder in the process. We're literally tied to the overall historic district because of the previously enacted PD that's currently in place, because of the restrictions that are put in place on the Third Amendment, and for a recorded plat that we have that's been in existence since 2018. We are part of the Imperial Market Subdivision, and so we want to be a part of these discussions. Yet we're, not notified of our exclusion until a agenda comes out on Friday, and we're now classified as an out parcel, which we don't view ourselves as an out parcel. We've been involved in Sugar Land for decades and want to continue to be. So as a landowner in the historic district, as a successor in interest, to the three original parties of the Third Amendment, we request that additional time be taken to have these substantive discussions with the city, with the Imperial Redevelopment District, and with any landowner in the historic district who has succeeded to the interests that Johnson Development previously had on behalf of the state of Texas and Cherokee with the Third Amendment. So I respectfully request that you table this decision tonight and table any vote, and we can proceed with these important discussions on the rezoning with the city and with Puma. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy Kahn.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Tammy Kahn. I'm the Executive Director of the Fort Bend Children's Discovery Center, and it is operated by the Children's Museum of Houston, where I also work. In 2006, a group of Fort Bend County citizens asked Children's Museum of Houston to open a satellite museum in the county. The museum conducted pop-up venues within Town Square in Sugar Land, each for 6 weeks, during which the summers of 2007 and 2008. Had the number of visitors been annualized, those spaces would have placed the museum in the top 35 most attended museums in the United States, not just children's museums, but museums, period. The Fort Bend Children's Discovery Center opened in May 2016 as the first and only public entity operating 5 days a week at the Imperial Development location within the historical Imperial Sugar Mill site. The FBCDC exhibits and ongoing programming were and still are developed and underwritten exclusively by gifts from Fort Bend County donors. We never wanted to be the only year-round daily business at the Imperial Sugar Mill site. Even as a nonprofit, we operate on a business model that relies heavily on earned revenue from admissions and membership fees. We think of the Fort Bend Children's Discovery Center as a retail storefront of learning opportunities for children and their families. Skeptics predicted families would not brave a large, languishing former industrial site next to an active railroad line to attend a museum. They were wrong. Since opening in May of 2016, more than 588,000 have attended our 12,500 first-floor location in the City of Sugar Land's building tucked behind the mill silos. That number will be easily over 650,000 by the time the school year is out for summer. Aside from signs facing Kempner, we have no visibility to the street, yet we receive high ratings from Fort Bend County families and zip codes around the U.S. and the world. TripAdvisor has consistently rated us in the top 3 things to do in Sugar Land since 2017. A surprising number of regular visitors come from zips outside of Fort Bend County, including Harris County, where, of course, we operate the Children's Museum of Houston. Many visitors without children enter our doors hoping to learn about the site's history, especially transplants who have come here from countries where history-driven tourism and pride are paramount. Some people call us a hidden gem. We would like not to be so hidden, and we encourage the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve this step in getting all people attractive and safe access to the richness of Sugar Land's history in a way that supports its future for generations to come. We believe that developments such as that you are considering today would greatly benefit the people who love to visit our site because it is special, fun, and a great place to celebrate life in a location that cannot be replicated. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Dakia Ewing. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here today to express my opposition to the rezoning and proposed 2018 land use plan amendment for 40 acres in the Imperial Historic District. This accelerated timeline again demonstrates the many concessions the City of Sugar Land is making for this developer. Has anyone seen the city go out of its way to this degree? Your constituents have received little to no information in the following areas. Why this developer? Especially when there are many with more experience in historical redevelopments and will require less city financial backing. Why are we amending the 2018 land use plan? The entire purpose of the 2018 land use plan is to prevent high-density apartment projects and ensure Sugar Land will remain a city with a single-family home majority. By approving this, you are setting a dangerous precedent, which will make it more difficult for our city to remain a great place to live, work, and play. I am aware there was community engagement early in the process. I also know there's a lot of community confusion and distress over what the Imperial Historic Project entails. We were presented a plan at the 2 town hall meetings in December 2022. Unfortunately, in January 2023, the plans presented were utterly different. And I haven't met anyone that believes amending the 2018 land use plan is a good idea. This means the people have no idea what's going on and need clarification when told the plans have been changed. Even the survey presented in the January 2023 meetings and today were based on data from town hall meetings in December 2022. Any survey needs to reflect the opinions of a fully informed community that are fully aware of all the changes that are made in January 2023 and moving forward. I am not opposing apartments in general. I oppose this particular plan. I am aware of what the 2018 vision was based upon, but adding 660 apartments in addition to townhomes, duplexes, and triplexes over 40 acres We create a high-density area that will mean more problems to this area. Additional traffic and a serious drain on city resources and services have yet to be addressed. Sugar Land hasn't met the needs of the current population concerning city services, like police, fire, ambulance services, but is determined to add conservatively 3,000 people to this district. Sugar Land can have the Char House without compromising this dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenyatta Davis. Good evening.
Good evening. I want to begin by saying good evening to everyone and happy Valentine's Day. Okay, some people have stated that they want an even more youthful vibrancy in Sugar Land that's more in step with trendy towns, and I understand and respect it. It's also refreshing and a great place to see how forward thinking and progress can penetrate deep into a proud Texan culture. But this current proposed plan in Imperial is not in alignment with it. I think things should have been better highlighted and accentuated the historical site and been created a thoughtful design and development team thinking critically about the nature of urbanism and responding with expert solutions instead of someone inexperienced on projects of this magnitude. It stated that this is a mixed-use development when a substantial percentile is housing units and very little commercial and green space. Actually, I haven't heard that much about the museum. The city states this is only two paths to take, either with Puma or decline, and I don't agree with either of those. I realized nothing had been mentioned with specifics or figures as to how to accommodate booming populations, increase the efficiency and availability of transport, grocery stores, hospital, police, ambulance, and firefighters, foster the growth of businesses, traffic, technological innovation, entertainment venues, school systems, and make the intricacies of local government more transparent to the constituents, such as mentioning that other apartments are slated to be built in areas around town. I, like many others, look forward to renovations with the Char House and thought it would be awe-inspiring architecture with a profound purpose, but it's not. It's with a profit, and a profit that doesn't benefit the residents. I can mention the expensive costs associated with a large influx of new residents. I can also say how community culture sustains by transmission from older to younger residents, and it can be swamping the old culture many treasured, but also know new treasures can be created and cherished well too. I don't think we as a city should become stagnant or decline, but this plan is lackluster. I've come to the podium at City Hall multiple times and expressed my thoughts, and also on social media. And I respect those that have the same, similar, or differing perspectives than me on this topic. I must state that my stance remains. I think the remaining 4% of undeveloped land can be better used for a futuristic, classy, bolder, and forward-thinking version of Sugar Land reimagined that will also cause the median age to lower for the town while providing things the constituents of all age ranges want and need for the short and long term. Again, I oppose this particular plan and this particular developer for this project and think that the Char House is becoming an afterthought. The residential area has become the focal point, especially when it's been stated that it is a $1 billion investment. 1 billion, bravo, investment. I think other established areas of the city should be renovated and revitalized too. Also, take the time to compare a $1 billion investment to other areas in the state, and you'll see what it compares to what they're trying to propose and what other areas of the state offer. I think it should be redevelopment in Imperial at the Char House, but again, not with this particular plan or developer that the city pursued for this project. The 2018 land use plan should not be amended to fit the city's current narrative, and I must admit, what the city proposes is more residential and nothing that supports it, like entertainment and things for other things for people to do. It's a dreamless approach, not an innovative and visionary method that the city needs. Thank everyone, and again, happy Valentine's Day.
Christina Barnett. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Chris Barnett. My husband Chad and I moved onto the Hill at 411 Lakeview Drive in late 2021. We immediately fell in love with the history, but more than that, the pride that the community has in that history. Tonight, you've heard a lot of perspectives. You've heard some repetitive rhetoric. You've heard some emotional and theoretical concerns. The good news is that the Planning and Zoning Commission deals with facts. And you're already aware that the city has plans in place to study all of the concerns and address many of the concerns that have been raised, from traffic to the impact on schools to the impact on our public services. The Commission also understands that neither tonight's vote nor City Council's next week represents a carte blanche authorization for the developer to move forward with this project. The city will have multiple opportunities to influence the design, to do the studies that we're all asking for. And this will also help us to determine how we can acknowledge and honor the complete history of the people who built this company town. Look, I'm not crazy about the 660 number. I'm not. And I would love to see the space filled with restaurants and retail and entertainment and all of that wonderful green space. But here's the thing, it doesn't pay the bills. And it doesn't justify the incredible expense that's going to be required to make this investment worthwhile. We can see both the water tower and the char house from our new home. And I would hate to see that obstructed or diminished. But what I would hate even more is looking out and seeing nothing. And if this amendment doesn't pass, the developer will walk away and we will be left with a 6-year timeline in which we will try to do the same thing again. And I don't see that happening. Demolition will be at the taxpayer's expense, and it will be the end of our historic structures. So tonight's vote isn't really about 660 residential units or all the conversations that will come later. Tonight's vote is about whether there will be a later. If you will give us an opportunity to see the plans, to do the studies, to ask the questions, to have the conversations. It is an opportunity for us to agree to compromise on some things that we don't prefer so that we can prioritize our history, the structures that represent it, and the tremendous opportunity to not only honor our history, but enhance it. I encourage all of you to vote for this amendment. I thank you for your patience. I thank you for listening, and I thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you. Jim Vonderhank. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Jim Vonderhaar. I'm a Venetian Estates resident and Vice President of the Venetian Estates Property Owners Association Board of Directors. I am speaking on behalf of the property owners of Venetian Estates, many of which have registered their opposition on the public hearing comment form. Venetian Estates does not approve and will not support the passing of Exhibit B, General Development Plan, Imperial Historic District, as presented with a maximum of 600 or 660 multifamily units, not inclusive of the Suba development. Venetian Estates will support a plan that has a maximum of 600 or 660 multifamily units, inclusive of the 274 SUBA units. And we would endorse that on the condition that no multifamily or other rental use residential be built east of Main Street. We have reviewed the general development plan. We have met with Suzanne Watley, District 1 City Council member, Mr. Mark Toon and Mr. Vance Smith, both with Puma Development. We've met with several real estate brokers that are active and well respected in the Sugar Land market, as well as representatives from several of the surrounding District 1 surrounding neighborhoods, including The Hill, Mayfield Park, Belknap, Brookside, The Orchard, Sugar Mill, and Covington Woods. These communities represent thousands of residents and hundreds of millions of dollars in property value. Together, we all stand strong in opposing this plan development as is currently written. Although the idea of a live, work, shop, dine, multi-use area is appealing, having any multifamily housing and associated parking structure on the land east of Main Street will negatively impact our neighborhood. We understand that the GDP represents preliminary approval, and the location of multifamily units will be determined later, phase by phase of the development. However, this is not acceptable. Before approval, the GDP should be amended to specify that multifamily may only be developed west of Main Street. We hope that you will consider the impact of the issues that will be at our front door and impact our communities every day, including increased vehicular traffic in District 1. We understand that a TIA will be completed. It is obvious that adding a total of 660 multifamily residents in the Imperial Historic District would add a minimum of 1,200 vehicles, at least twice each day, into a traffic system that has limited avenues of ingress and egress and is restricted by a double train track that will cause daily traffic problems. The TIA must be completed prior to the GDP approval. In addition, there will be increased crime in District 1. As history has indisputably proven, local crime will increase, and it will increase exponentially in the long term as the development ages. A crime impact study must be completed prior to multifamily approval. We have been encouraged to approve the GDP to get the ball rolling and save the char house, and then later, at the appropriate development planning stage, we will have the opportunity to voice our preference for the specific locations of multifamily. In other words, we've been told that the general development plan is not designed to address the specific locations of the proposed multifamily residences, as their location will be determined later in the land planning process. We do not approve of this process. We are especially concerned because the general development plan that you are voting on tonight lacks the details and specificity that Sugar Land residents need to make an informed decision. This is inconsistent with the city's history of careful, responsible growth. For the reasons we have presented, Venetian Estates is not comfortable supporting the general development plan unless, at this preliminary stage, the general development plan specifically precludes the development of multifamily residences on the land east of Main Street. We encourage you to consider our position before you make your decision. This matter will go to City Council next for their approval. We feel that City Hall is rushing GDP approval due to contract deadlines by the developer and the desire to save the char house. We all want to save the char house, but not to the detriment of neighborhoods that will surround this development. Venetian Estates and other District 1 communities will be directly impacted by your vote tonight. Your vote has significant long-term consequences. We will avidly support the redevelopment after it has been fully, carefully considered, and it precludes multifamily east of Main Street. We prefer that this dilemma does not become a controversy that we will have to fight for the next several years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. James Patterson.
I know y'all are getting stiff up there because I have, all right? My name is James Patterson. I live at 314 South Belknap. I've been in Sugar Land for 58 years, been in the same house 2 blocks from the char house for 56 years. As you can tell by what's been read, there's a lot of confusion, a lot of misinformation out there. I ask that you table this item tonight. You are being asked to approve what appears to be 660 apartments, but your approval would actually authorize 934 apartments between Ulrich and Wood Street. I've had 2 council members tell me that 274 already approved along Ulrich and 660 in this item does not equal 934. They forgot I taught math. No one in Sugar Land can conceive 934 apartments. The most I can find in Sugar Land is 300. Now think about trying to conceive what 934 apartments looks like. The La Centura complex in Katy has 489. Now, we'd have to have double the number they've got. So I request that you table this item and allow staff to give you a clear agenda item for your vote and be able to inform people. Thank you for your time tonight.
Ruth Barrett.
I'm
Good
a
evening.
resident of the Hill community.
Come
and have
on
lived-
up to the microphone. Thank you.
I'm a resident of the Hill community and have lived in one of the historic Imperial Sugar Company homes for the past 39 years. I'm a friend of the Sugarland Heritage Museum, and I was a member on the Hill Steering Committee. I just want to take a moment to thank you for all the Planning and Zoning Commission, City Council, city planners, and Mayor for working so diligently to put together this development plan. Multifamily housing has always created a fear in Sugar Land, and yet many times we only think about the current situation and not about the future of our city. The history of Sugar Land started at the Char House, and I'm encouraged by the many possibilities of this proposed development. Personally, I am trusting the city and Puma Development to move forward with preserving this historic site for our future generations, because the past and our future are worth preserving. I'm also trusting the city to work out a compromise with Puma on the number of apartments that North Sugar Land will be comfortable with. It's my opinion that this development truly has the potential to become a most unique regional destination that will bring in a strong economic impact for everyone in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Bradley.
Hello. Yes, I'm a resident of the Hill. I live on 6th Street. I'm one of the block captains. And when we bought on 6th Street, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, not this development, but development at this site was part of the reason we bought there. And it's also part of the reason a lot of the people in Imperial have bought there, a lot of the young people. And I worry that if something like this doesn't happen and that this falls apart, that you'll lose a lot of young people and we'll lose a lot of the taxes that Sugar Land depends on. I also worry about if they do have to tear it down, what goes there. Like, we've already heard from the guy today that has land who wants to put apartments there. So I think the apartments are coming regardless of what you guys decide here tonight and what happens with this development. So I think what Puma has put up is great and would add value to the neighborhood and the surrounding areas. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Then I have, since we've been here, I have 2 more speakers who have requested to speak, and we'll hear from them as well. Ron Ely. Good evening.
My name is Ron Ely. I live at 1450 Meadow Hill in First Colony. After 26 years in the military, I retired in New Orleans, and I moved to Sugar Land in 2012. I bought the house primarily as a secondary house to get away from the city and hurricanes and things like that. But after living here and coming on the weekends, we finally decided to move permanently in 2016. And part of the reason for that move was my kids went to private schools in New Orleans, yet I paid property tax. My neighborhood, I had to pay for security, but yet I paid property tax. I found out about this today as I was traveling. My wife called me and said, hey, they have this meeting. I want you to hurry up back. And part of our position is, if we don't know the economic impact of putting multifamily units in the neighborhood of this density, I think we should, as a lot of people have said, take the time to understand what that impact will be. If you drive down the streets of New Orleans right now, you will tear your car up because the taxes are not keeping up with the infrastructure needs or the community needs. So I think we should look at what the tax provocation this will have on the current community, the economic impact it will have on the community, the environmental impact it will have on the community. My youngest daughter graduated from Fort Bend Christian. Every morning we had to face that railroad track taking her to school. Every morning we had to time leaving the house to beat the train. So if we develop that area into a commercial or an additional residential density, how will that impact the possibility of accidents with the train, because people are always rushing, trying to beat that train? How will that impact the people that live over there and work in there, trying to get back and forth? So I think there's a lot of things that need to be looked at before something like this is approved. Now, and I hear, well, the developer will walk away. Okay. I think it's more important that we look at the people over the money, over the money, because, you know, money comes and goes. I moved here because it was a family community. I could walk out of my house, feel okay. If I needed to put my kids in school or grandkids in school, there were schools for them. I could drive down the street and not worry about hitting potholes every 2 blocks because of increased traffic or traffic usage per se. You know, coming down First Colony, I used to be able to come out of my community and not worry about traffic. Now I have to, because people are taking shortcuts, and I understand that. So I'm recommending, as the previous gentleman, that we take a moment, pause, and truly study this and understand what it would mean to the current residents. Not use scare tactics of, well, the money will go away. You're smart people. You can find more money. You're smart people. We can figure out something else to do with the facility other than multi-use. There's a lot of things out there, and this is, I think what is most important.
To briefly conclude, if you
okay.
don't mind.
I think what is most important that is being missed. We have a beautiful community here. Let's not let money, scare tactics, developers scare us into doing something that we'll regret later.
Thank you. Okay. And you're Mr. Ely, correct? You're Mr. Ely? Yeah. Correct, thank you. All right, L. Brown?
Yeah.
Good evening.
I just want to make sure you all know that I am not a last-minute entry. I actually turned mine in on the 13th at 4:30 at that office right over there.
Yes, ma'am. I informed the chair. I apologize for the mix-up.
Yes. Well, that's what I would like you to read.
If you'd like him to read it, we'll have him read and receive that. Thank you. Or I will, Thomas, if you're.
That's okay. First of all, I want to make it perfectly clear that I'm totally opposed and against to any increases to the number of apartments allowed per any activities your term. I know that everyone has heard all the familiar talking points about building high-density apartments anywhere in Sugar Land. But here we are again, considering the same exact thing that clearly shows that the majority of residents do not want high-density apartments, 300 to 1,200, in their single-family home neighborhoods. I'm sure many of you on this committee and the city council members wouldn't want that either. But it's not in your neighborhood, then it's much easier to make a decision when it doesn't affect your community or your way of life. Developers are developers. They buy and sell land, build stuff, then leave, not caring about the disastrous consequences that will happen once they leave, or care about the future effects to the environment that we would now have to live and breathe in. Most developers don't live in the places that they actually developed. So once they are paid and then leave, we as a community, we will need to deal with the aftermath of their bad decisions. Some say that's the way it works, but does it really have to work that way? We elect people who we think will have our backs and prevent others from coming into the city to change our way of life under the guise of progress. Sugar Land's population has grown dramatically despite not having high-density, high-rise apartments, and it would continue to do so when most people are looking for a safe place to live and to raise their families. Sugar Land has excellent schools and health facilities. It's quiet and aesthetically pleasing environment with wonderful nature trails and parks. We have museums and other satisfying entertainment around Sugar Land. Our police and fire department works hard to keep us all safe. The apartments that Sugar Land already have are overcrowded, noisy, the parking lots are horrible, inadequate, and there are usual multifamilies sharing the same apartments, hence the overcrowded parking lot space problems. Those existing apartments are just a fraction in size of what you all are proposing to increase the apartment limits to 1,200. I guess you all have not actually visited those apartment complexes all around the city to actually see what is actually happening and how these people are forced to live in such close overcrowding conditions, which would only be made worse by adding more apartments to the mix. The schools around these proposed higher density apartments are already bulging at the seams with no relief in sight. So yes, I'm opposed to any increase in the number of apartments already allowed in each activity center, so I'm definitely opposed to an increase in the number of apartments. We have all heard the same list of talking points for years, which are the same talking points for too many years. Overcrowded schools, more traffic, more pollution, more noise. I personally experience I-69 road noise and airplane noise pollution every day. More flooding issues, just ask civil engineers. More crime. Yes, unfortunately, Sugar Land has to deal with, but I guarantee that this will certainly increase within large apartment complexes. There's no guarantee that 20-somethings will be able to pay for pricey apartment near their jobs, families. Most 20-somethings, 30-somethings are moving back in with their parents or other family member homes because of lack of jobs or in schools, colleges, or simply doesn't even desire to work. So where are these folks getting money to afford high-priced luxury apartments? Higher property taxes are for the residents that are already paying an exorbitant amounts of taxes. Well, residents living in apartments don't pay property taxes. So all resources that those many families will be utilizing would ultimately come from the single-family homeowners.
All right, Thomas, that's 5 minutes, so.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Let's move on to the next comment. I'm gonna do my best on this. Robert DeRosier, did I get close? All right, come on down.
Hello, thank you for hearing me out. This is my first time coming to one of these town hall meetings. I heard about it from someone in the Hill named Francis. She posted a letter on pretty much the whole neighborhood store. So I appreciate the, letting the community know that this was going on. My wife and I have been hearing about these plans for some time. And from what I understand, the city's plan for, this redevelopment, my wife and I would pretty much be in the prime target demographic for that. I'm 30 years old, my wife's 32. We're empty nesters, but we're looking to have children in the next few years. Below us have stable jobs. And here's the thing. For the most part, a lot of what is being proposed and the assumptions that are being made about our demographic are, for the most part, true. We do support mixed use, but that being said, my main concern, like, the rest of these people here, are the fact that, there's these apartments that are coming by. Now, my concern is not that there's going to be crime, because I doubt that a lot of crime is going to be happening in luxury apartments, especially when I have a neighbor 2 doors down from me who's a cop. And there's probably 1 or 2 other people in our neighborhood that I've heard are also cops. So we know the area is heavily patrolled. Crime is not an issue for us. The issue that I have is one of traffic. And again, the railroad, it sucks. But the thing is, yeah. But I want to be able to walk to the grocery store or bike there or take my kids to, if we have to go shopping or if I want to work across the street, that would be fantastic. Like, I live in the Hill between streets, 1st Street and 7th Street. We pretty much walk every day. And being able to walk to work would be amazing. Being able to, buy our groceries there would be great, because Houston's a car city. And the thing that drew us to this neighborhood is that we don't have to drive everywhere. We can walk to the park. We can, take a stroll around. We can walk to a McDonald's if we really wanted to. There's 2 schools, 3 schools that we can walk to. Those are amazing assets in the city of Houston and Sugar Land. You don't get that everywhere. And so being able to add additional spaces where we can safely take our kids would mean a lot for this kind of redevelopment. And, the things about the Char House, we do support, basically getting it repaired and making sure that the history is respected. But here's the thing. Puma's whole thing, they're a real estate company. Their job is to make money. We respect that because, they're a business. That's what they do. And the longer they have hold of this property or whoever else has it, they're going to keep twisting our arm. We're only going to have less and less options. And, 10 years, I think the estimated amount was 10 years before this project goes under. And from there, the Char House is past reconstruction. It has to be demolished. And so when we get closer to that timeline, our options are going to diminish. They're going to keep twisting our arm. And so instead of 45% apartments, they're going to have 90% apartments. Is that something y'all want? I don't think so. That's not what I want. So that's why I'm for this project, because I'm afraid of what's going to happen next. Now, if we get more information, that'd be great, but that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tracy Golden. Good evening.
Hello. Sorry for the late notice. I wasn't planning to speak, but I am a resident of New Territory since 1999, so I'm also an old timer. And I am the demographic for this development, probably. My husband and I moved here for many of the reasons that the folks have mentioned here. We used to live inside the Loop when we were younger because we wanted to be close to the restaurants and the bars and shopping. And we moved out here to raise our family. And now our son is in college, and we don't need a 4,000 square foot home with a large yard and a pool, which we don't really want to take care of anymore, which we actually pay people to take care of that. So, but we love Sugar Land. We love the people. We love the quality of life here. And in the next few years, we're looking to downsize. And there really isn't much in Sugar Land for us to go. So this project is, again, we're the demographic for that. We're going to be empty nesters. And my husband and I and our other friends that live in Sugar Land, most weekends we're taking an Uber and we're going into Midtown or we're going into City Center because we're going to those shops, restaurants, and bars. So we would love to have something like that here in our community and keep the revenues here in our town.
Thank you.
Because I love Sugar Land.
Whoa. We're not doing that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, anyone else for the public hearing? I want to make sure we hear from everyone.
There's forms on the desk, ma'am.
1 second. Whoa. I don't know what we're doing here, but we're not doing that, okay? We're hearing from everyone that signed up to speak or that would like to sign up to speak in a methodical, respectful manner. Right now, we're going to hear from Travis Nguyen.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Travis Nguyen. I currently reside in Richmond, Texas. However, I work as a medical interpreter, and that means that my work brings me here to the city of Sugar Land. I am here as a 30-something-year-old who has recently relocated back to Houston after living all around the country. And I have to say that as my experience as a medical interpreter, as well as a former electrical engineer, that many of the people who are within my age range, also including people who recently graduated from college, and even people into their 40s, have a need for housing, right? I can think of my own friends and colleagues who work at Schlumberger, which is not too far from here, who deserve to have dignified housing, right? And in many cases, oftentimes we cannot live in the area in which we work because there isn't enough housing. So we end up living in places like Katy and commuting into Sugar Land, which causes issues with traffic. Another thing that I find as well is that there's this sort of continuous comment or remark on traffic. We don't have diversified transit here in Houston. Everyone pretty much needs to have a car in order to be able to get anywhere. And over time and time again, we hear that people saying that, no, we don't want Houston to bring Metro into Sugar Land because it will bring crime. But if you don't build housing, if you only want shops and stores and restaurants in Sugar Land, but you don't want the people who work in those stores and restaurants to live here, then they have to live elsewhere and they have to commute into the city. Which means that,
You're fine, I just don't want...
No, that's fine. I'm currently referring to my notes right now. And in reference to a lot of the third spaces that have been mentioned before, as a young person, as in my 30s, I don't see myself here for that long because there are really no amenities that really match me. I can think of people who are my colleagues, my friends, who have grown up here. I'm a student. I graduated from Fort Bend ISD. This is my home. But I don't necessarily want to stay here because there's nothing for young people, right? I'm sure that you all have kids as well who don't live in the city, right? Because there are no amenities for us. Let's see. And again, with a comment in regards to single-family housing, if we continue to build more single-family housing, that means more cars. But if we go ahead and diversify the types of housing that we have, the types of transport that we have, we can reduce car traffic, increase foot traffic, buses, trains, maybe in a possible future. In point, all I'm saying is that there needs to be a very holistic view of what is trying to be achieved, right? We can't just say that, well, we moved here in 1980, and 1980 is 30-something years at this point. Time has changed so much The people, the young people from 1980 are not the same people as the young people from 2023. We have different needs, we have different wants. I'm a student, I have a graduate degree. I am working to pay off my student loans, but I also need to consider affordable housing as well as work, living close, among many different other things. I want to have a family, and I can't even consider that.
If you'll please just briefly conclude.
Yes, I'll go ahead. Thank you, sir. In conclusion, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Kochik, I hope I'm saying that.
It's Kutsick.
Good
I'm sorry,
evening.
I'll make it short and sweet. Thank you so much for being here late. My own father was on Sugar Land City Planning and Zoning for many, many years. My mother was also on the Parks and Recs board for many years, so I understand my parents being gone for late at night. So I appreciate all of you for being here and listening to all of our comments. I really do appreciate it. I'm not sure that any of you are my neighbors in the Hill because I don't think I've ever seen any of you there or in Mayfield Park. Or maybe Venetian Estates or Alcar Lake, maybe. Brookside Belknap, maybe. But my children, I have I have 4 children. One is 32, one is 27. I have a 21-year-old and an 18-year-old. And my 32-year-old owns a home in Covington Woods, but would not come here and live here for this. He doesn't want this. My 27-year-old is a teacher. My 32-year-old does have a degree. But my 27-year-old is a teacher. She can't afford to live in Sugar Land, not even in the Hill. So to say that these apartments, you're going to have these young people come, it would be very hard for some of them to afford to live there. Sir, thank you for your attention. I just want you to know that I leave my home every day at 7:25 in the morning, and it's very hard to get to Highway 90. I live on Lakeview. While I'm very, very happy that the school district rebuilt Lakeview Elementary, these apartments, where are these children going to go to school? Has anyone thought about that? Because Lakeview was built very, very tiny. There's not much room. So I would ask, while I appreciate Puma for their part in this and saving the Char House, my own father worked there for 48 plus years, my mother 45 years, many, many welds in that Char House. So I have a big stake in that. While I would like for it to be saved, not at my detriment of my community. It's for what? Traveling to and fro. I hope you can table this, talk about this, and think about the people that live there that have to travel to and fro, not just the young ones that are going to come here and leave, come and go. Also, the noise. Skeeter Stadium, now Constellation. Remember the fireworks? Remember the noise? So we stopped that, right? It's only on the weekends, I believe. So if we're going to have bars and concerts, how does that help the people that live on Main Street or First Street? What do we do there? So I would like for you guys to really study it, think about it, talk about it before you make that decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Last call for public hearing. Are you signed up?
I haven't signed up.
We'll need you to sign up. Okay, while he's doing that, this will be last call. Come on down. And then I will say, while we're waiting for these last 2 members of public hearing, we've been going almost 2.5 hours. So we're going to close the public hearing. We'll take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back, and the commission will have an opportunity to ask clarifying questions of staff and the applicant. So that's the plan, okay? And I don't have your card yet, so if you'll hold that thought.
Okay, my name is Barbara Rosenberg.
I need you to hold that thought just for a moment. I'm sorry. Just hold on. We're not starting your clock. Just hold on. Ms. Rosenberg?
Yes.
All right. You have the floor.
Okay. I live in Venetian Estates. I've lived here since 1975. It's a nice place to live, but it's not near as nice as it used to be. I would like to see stars again. We used to have gorgeous environment and stars and fireflies and all kinds of things that we don't have anymore. But I want to point out about three things. One is the inconsistencies in the developers' presentations. One is that it started out saying they are targeting the empty nesters and the young folks. Well, tonight it said people of all ages. Well, that includes children. Well, the school next to the development is already over capacity. I called yesterday to find out. And the principal said, but if we have to, then we'd have to rezone about 5 different schools in the area. Well, if you've ever been to a school board meeting when they're rezoning, you don't want to be sitting up there any more than, you do now. But if they're inconsistent and they obviously have not studied the history of the area. If they did, they would have been able to correct all the misconceptions about convict labor that never existed under the sugar company. It was built to eliminate the need for convict labor and to provide quality homes for the quality workers and to build the ideal small town in America. It did happen during the previous owner of the Cunningham plantation. But they obviously have not studied the history and probably don't live here and haven't for a long time, but those are the problems. The other thing is the misconception that this is going to keep our taxes down. Now, I have never seen increased development lower taxes. It would be a miracle to do that because you're going to have a lot more people, a lot more kids to educate, a lot more infrastructure to support, and you've got to have the taxes to go with it. I think that is quite misleading, and there are a lot of misleading things that make me opposed to this. There definitely needs to be a more fact-finding time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Kyle Stanley. Good evening.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kyle Stanley, and I've been essentially a Sugar Land resident since 1990. At one time, he ran for mayor in 2016, 2005 graduate of Dulles High School. And I can tell you, for the most part, this has been a seesaw roller coaster, if you ask me, as far as this development is concerned. Well, I think for the most part, on one hand, you have the co-working space, which is sort of a neat idea and all that. It seems impressive, and it also goes without saying that the char house must be priority number one, phase number one at any cost. And I would be opposed to any attempt to tear down the char house. That being said, the overloading of that development with more than the feasible amount of apartments is kind of short-sighted, and also does not take into account the needs of more experienced young professionals who are going to want something other than an apartment, like whether they want to buy a house in the hill or a townhome. Also, I'd like to know, for the most part, what did the Space Cowboys have to say about all this? What about Champion X? And not to mention the Texas legislature, which basically, and I want to know what's going on. I'm kind of surprised, for the most part, that the symbol and heart of this city isn't even a historical landmark, isn't even designated in such a way. I'd like to know where the talk about that is, and knowing how the legislature works, that could take a long time, being all the way to summer because of how the legislature works. And right now, it's a ping pong battle from what I've seen. So for the most part, given what I've seen from the man from Venetian Estates, who basically would like to see a more relaxed sort of development that keeps the apartments that are a necessary evil in regards to the young professionals at the co-working site, while also taking away the unsightly elements he talked about, not to mention also prioritizing the Chore House as the site of the Heritage Museum, and also using the current Heritage Museum to expand the Children's Discovery Center into an actual children's museum, not to mention my idea of employing a food truck space as well as artist studios for the warehouse. I would suggest for the most part that more studies be done, a more concrete assessment be done. I also think the way that Suba has been treated has sort of a I would say a sitting duck in this whole discussion between Puma, Johnson, the residents of the Hill, Champion X, the Astros, and other stakeholders, or if you want to be more politically correct, the Space Cowboys. I would suggest you give it some more time and come back, table tonight, and come back with a much more concrete way of ensuring that this development is not going to cause a problem long term for everyone, whether they're young professionals or longtime residents, or even those who want to do a little Chip and Joanna treatment to the Hill. So pretty much so, and P.S. Brookfield is watching in regards to First Colony Mall, and the Andersons watching in regards to Telfair, and they sure do not want to have the same kind of messy, disjointed sort of discussions between residents and others alike that we've been seeing so far. So in full, I say you give us some more time and table this based on the suggestion of Commissioner Patterson, and really put some thought into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else for public hearing? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. I want to thank everyone who addressed the commission for thoughtful comments. I want to thank everyone in the audience for being respectful and for listening to all the opinions that were presented to the commission this evening. I think that's part of what makes this process work and what makes our country great. So thank you to everyone for your contributions. We've been now going almost 2.5 hours. We're going to recess for 10 minutes. We are in recess.
we do, council still hearing this, we'll take whatever we say as advisement, and we'll get the final. We'll come back to us for the final.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Just continuing the conversation.
Is everyone back there? I mean,
Yeah, that's the.
Again, please. Let's come to order, please. Thank you. All right. At this time, we will move on to consideration of an action on recommendation of proposed rezoning for the Imperial Historic District General Development Plan and proposed land use plan amendment. Does any of the commissioners have clarifying questions for staff? Commissioner Patel?
Okay, one of the questions I had was, there was something in our package about Suba Apartments. When are they starting? DJ, is it DJ?
Well, that's not, I mean, you may, respectfully, so that is not part of the
Okay.
development plan that's before us tonight. You can ask a clarifying question of city staff,
Okay,
if you would like,
okay, so I guess the
but
city.
I'd also ask you to just confine your questions
Okay,
to
so my
what's
question
before
is,
us tonight.
he brought up this letter, and I'm just wondering, when is that project starting, and why is it not part of the whole project?
Good evening, Commission. I'll try to address that. So at this time, that property is not included in the general development plan that is before you. It is outside of the area that Puma Development currently has under a purchase agreement. They are bound by a different set of regulations and a different agreement, and it's not part of this proposal before you this evening.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Lisa. And my second question was, I was very involved when the land use plan got created, and of course, it's been almost, 10 years now? So my question was, tonight, when we are going to be voting on, making an amendment, at that point, there was contention at that point too, because in the middle of the Telfair Apartments came up, a compromise was made, and the process was a really good process. My question is, when we're voting on this, is there a precedent? Has planning and zoning voted on something like this to the land use plan before?
This would be the first amendment coming forward to the land use plan since it's been approved in 2018.
Okay. And then is there something in the plan that says planning and zoning is allowed to? Is there some, because I couldn't find it.
Yes, there was some specific language that we focused on, and Ruth can definitely go back and cover that again. But yes, it is a living document. It is intended to be reviewed, and amendments can be brought forward and requested.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll let Ruth touch on that some more.
Yeah, and if I could just add too that I can't remember if it's actually the charter, I think it might be the charter that says that the Planning and Zoning Commission makes a recommendation to City Council on adoption of the comprehensive plan, which the land use plan is a component of. And so it is your responsibility to provide a recommendation to City Council on proposed amendments to and updates to the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions at this moment.
Okay.
We're gonna come back.
All right. Well, we'll see if we can get time for that. Commissioner DeWood?
So one of the objections that was raised by a citizen was that there's a national building code that has a setback requirement for apartments. Has that been looked into? Is that true, or is that not true?
We saw that comment too. We're not aware of one, so we're not aware of one.
And that's based on your review of the development code and
Yeah.
the other applicable regulations.
And we'd certainly be looking at all that when we had more detailed plans, when we knew where residential was going to be proposed on the property. Right now, we just don't know that yet, exactly where on the site. So building codes, fire codes, those kind of things would come into play when we knew a little more detail and we were evaluating it from more of a technical study standpoint.
Next question is that, is a traffic study underway?
It is underway. There will be one, but we have to know more, again, more detail to know the types of uses, where they'll be located, where the residential will be versus the commercial versus proposed streets, driveways, curb cuts, all that stuff. Just
Well,
not
I
known
think
yet.
that there can be an overall, a general study, right? You already seem to have a plan where you're identifying housing, you're identifying commercial, you're identifying retail, et cetera. So you do have a footprint, you do have square feet.
We don't have square feet.
You have the site area located,
But
right?
we don't have square feet of the size of uses. We wouldn't be able to scope out with a traffic engineer what they would be evaluating, what we would be evaluating yet.
So for 40 acres, you don't have, despite the fact that you have a site demarcation, you don't have enough data to even say that this whole development is feasible, given that railway tracks are not going anywhere, Highway 90 is not going anywhere.
Let me interject on that.
Sure,
I think it's important to remember, Commissioner, that this is a general development plan which sets forth the general requirements, and some of those other things would be part of a final development plan that we would probably see later. So I think
Yes,
keeping
but-
that in mind is
Absolutely,
helpful.
yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. I didn't
No,
mean-
I mean, that's true.
Yeah, but in order to consider it, there are some other parameters that have to happen, don't you think so?
There will be, when we have more detail, yeah. We'll be coming forward for future zoning approvals that will have those details, and we'll have those studies attached to them.
So there is no traffic study underway?
You asked that, I said yes.
There is one underway.
So we will be refining it, going through the scope with the traffic engineer, once more details are known.
Something was said that city is committing or $5 million for pre-construction. What does that entail? And how much of that has already been committed?
Sure,
or-
I'm going to let Devin speak to that from economic development.
Okay.
So on January 3rd, the City Council approved a $5 million reimbursement agreement for pre-construction and construction costs related to the Char House specifically. This is for the redevelopment of the Char House. So that is that we are partnering on those pre-development costs, such as a traffic study, such as other structural assessments to the Char House building, such as applications to the historic tax credits, which is a major funding source for the redevelopment of the Char House. So the money has been earmarked in terms of there's an agreement, and we will be reimbursing when those costs are incurred and when the city receives those deliverables. The first $1.5 million is earmarked for pre-development costs, and that is prior to Puma closing on the property. There's an additional $500,000 that would be available for after they close on the property, if that were to occur. And the remaining $3 million is specifically for construction of the Char House.
So 1.5 million is pre-closing?
Yes.
And that is probably the studies that we've been discussing, traffic studies?
Correct.
Engineering assessment?
Correct. And it's only on a reimbursement basis and when the city receives those deliverables. So we're not giving the money up front to Puma to do those studies. It's when that work is completed by those consultants and we receive those deliverables. And the whole reason that we structured it like that was because if this project doesn't move forward, we still have an interest in seeing what can be done to preserve the Char House, and we at least want to be able to own the work and the deliverables that was done as a part of that.
Okay. And has anything been dispersed yet? Nothing, right? You haven't received any bills?
We are getting ready to do our first disbursement this week.
Okay. Is there any study that has been done by the city to support the need for residences, the apartments? Or are you aware of any study that Puma has done that says that additional 660 apartments or 900 or 1,200 are needed in the city. Is city short of apartments? Or is just a development decision?
So in general, in the big picture, Sugarland is not growing like it once was. And that's what is talked about in the land use plan of why those regional activity centers were set up. And what it talks about in those regional activity centers is that we have a need to develop and redevelop dense walkable areas. And the effort and intent and purpose of that in the land use plan was in order to continue to grow the city when we're reaching build out. So we don't have the acreage in order to continue to build single family homes. And what's talked about in the land use plan is the ability to provide dense walkable areas in these regional activity centers and a variety of housing options. And those are the things that are talked about in the land use plan.
But there's no formal study on record, either through city or Puma, that says that we're short of residences, apartments today.
Did we do a study to ensure that single family was?
I mean,
I'll defer to Lauren and Ruth on that. I think that some of it is like a development decision on a project by project basis.
Well, and some of it is what, like, what we heard when we went through the land use plan. Those were some of the discussions we had with the community building up to the 2018 approval was we need different types of housing. We are almost 90% single family, 88, 90. Those were the things we heard from the community. That's why those things are built into the land use plan. The discussion on the walkable areas, the discussion on having regional activity centers, the discussion on different housing types. Those were the conversations we had with the Land Use Advisory Committee when we did public meetings. That's what we heard. We want to downsize. We want places for our kids to come back and live with their kids, with our grandkids. Those are the things we heard. So we're responding and trying to act in alignment with the land use plan and support projects that are in alignment with the land use plan.
okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
Well, there's a long list here, but
Oh,
I'm
okay.
going to pass it this time. See
Well,
if-
let's ask all your questions because we need
It's
to get
okay.
them out.
I'm taking a pass.
Okay.
I'll come back to it if I need to.
I was just going to add on to her questions for clarity because we had some similar discussions about a year ago. And I thought we had asked staff to go back and look at really what the level of apartments, multifamily living we had in Sugarland. And at that time, we were basically 90% full across all options we had in Sugarland.
Oh,
Is that correct?
More than that. Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
So-
Our multifamily occupancy.
So you could
rates
say
are-
if somebody wanted to come and rent and live in an apartment in Sugarland, there's limited availability.
Great point
Correct.
too. Great point
Okay.
as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just
And
remember we had that conversation.
Yeah, no, we did. And we do have relationships with all of our apartment complexes in the sense that we get their numbers, we talk to them, we inventory.
I don't know if that
Yeah.
helps.
That's a good point.
All right.
Give you the question. But-
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
any other questions?
So yes, I have a few. So first, I'd like to thank the staff and Puma for putting this together and for all the residents that have provided input, because I think it's very positive for us to hear whether it's in opposition or whether it's in support for a particular proposal. And I can say in my time on the P&Z, this is the most activity we've had around the topic. So in a way, I think that's actually good that the community is involved and listening. So thank you. So overall, I'm in support for the preservation of the Char House and the development of the Imperial Rack. And I understand that there's need for additional residential options, and density based upon the economic climate, the change in the economic climate. But where I have a disconnect is what's happened in the past, say, I guess there was maybe a proposal on the table maybe 5 years ago, in doubling the number of units, what was actually baked into the plan. So for me, I'd like to understand better how did we come up with 1,200 multifamily units, which are needed? Is there a different mix we could have? Is there something, that can be lower in the number of units? So just to better understand how that was derived.
Okay, we're going to try to go to the map, this one, just to because you were mentioning the 1,200, so this kind of helps depict.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, we're doubling what was originally planned for this area,
Correct.
right?
Right. So that's, yeah, we've tried to break it down here just the best we can,
Yep.
just from a visual perspective. So what changed? What changed? Yes. Try to remember her question.
So I think your question is, why did they think 526 would work and now this says 1,200? And I think the simple response is, at least from my perspective, that development never happened. It maybe was never financially feasible even under that number. And so maybe going back, that number should have been higher to begin with. But certainly now, changing economy post-pandemic, the world has changed. And so even, retail, office, those things that may have been incorporated in a certain capacity previously, it might look different this time around. And so I think just kind of a basic answer, that's what I would say. I don't know if the developer has any additional information he maybe would like to provide to help support that. Okay.
So in other words, we're saying basically to get the density, we're really only talking then about these additional 660 units. Because I think at one time we talked about, well, we may have condos, we may have townhouses. If you look at where it's planned on the proposed map, I mean, do we really have room for any other kind of residential options other than putting in these 660 would be my next question.
I would think so. So just as a point of reference, if you're familiar with, there's 3 apartment complexes over here on Lexington. I can't remember what they're called, but they're all right next to each other on the other side of Highway 6 from here. There's just under 900 apartments in that area, and it's on about 30 acres. Those are all 2- and 3-story buildings that have surface parking. There's no, multi-story garages associated with that. What we're talking about is probably 3, 4, maybe 5-story buildings with parking garages. And so that layout is going to afford you more space to be able to go, you go more vertical with it, which allows you more space to do those other things as well. So just kind of a point of reference, there is room for other uses too.
So if we have that much density, say in that space that's over there where the Suba sites are proposed, I mean, eventually I guess that will get developed, then we're talking about potentially a complex with like 500, 600 potential units, depending upon if you really build on the east side of Maine for multifamily. Is there concern then with building that kind, I mean, and taking up that space, would it really then support what you're trying to do in the land use plan around having it more being the work life? I mean, would it just be too much density for that space? That's really my concern.
Is there like too much residential in that
Right, too
area?
much. So you talk about, like in the land use plan, that the multifamily unit should not be a dominant use, so residential should not be a dominant use or dominant within each one of the racks. And that's just, if I went back and I sort of tried to pick things out of the land use plan and it just seemed like more of that density was sort of like, it's really on the cusp of really not supporting what you may want to do, what's been defined within the rack of what you was envisioned for the racks to be.
Yeah. And I think maybe the key is that the activity centers are intended to be those denser, more compact, walkable areas. And, sort of like this is a starting point, but the reality is this area here in Sugar Land Town Square probably doesn't really have enough residential if you look at the turnover that we've had in the tenants and things like that. And so the residential is going to take up more space because it goes up versus like retail is just going to be on the first floor, or that, those services are likely going to be just on that first floor. And so in terms of comparing the square footage of one to the other, you're going to have more residential, but that's really what's needed to support those services and those uses and to make it that active environment to create that space that is envisioned.
So your buffers from the neighborhoods, because another premise is that you have height sort of adjacent, right? So it should be starting lower and higher. So or is being planned, which will more than likely happen, you're thinking then the Mayfield Park is really that buffer zone, because you're going to have a potential building there, you're saying that's going to be 5 stories high, and then you got single residential, just single-story residential right across from a park.
I don't think we've gotten far enough to know exactly where the buildings are going to be located, but I would think there would be more transition than that adjacent to the park. You're not going to go straight to a 5-story building there. You may have 1-2 stories adjacent to the park, and then it increases as you get further away. But again, we haven't gotten to that point to look at exact site layouts to know exactly what that's going to look like, but that will be incorporated into the future zoning approvals.
So my next question, just for clarity, so say the 1,200 gets approved, we do that. So is that then going to be the only residential, or these 1,200, or is it envisioned then we're going to have other types of residential, such like, they could come in and do like another senior living kind of area as well, right? I mean,
So the 1,200 is just talking about multifamily, which is inclusive of apartments, what we kind of typically think about as apartments, and also condos, which are individually owned and rented potentially. So it doesn't include senior living. It wouldn't include, you could have townhomes, you could have urban homes, which are kind of those smaller lots.
So what options do we have? Say if this gets approved and then the plan comes back and then they've got another 200 unit senior living attached in this, similar to what we have for Overture. I mean, if this gets approved, we really don't have another way of saying, hey, you can't do that, right?
No. That's
right? I mean, we're at that point if we approve this.
Well, other than the city-wide ratio, right?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You still have a city-wide ratio as well, correct? In the land use plan?
The single family to multifamily ratio, sure.
Which is
Yes. So that's part of what's going to come back. I mean, we haven't.
Right, I understand. We'll see, we're going to see a plan, but
Right.
what I'm saying is that from the way we have to look at things and approving and disapproving things is that there's nothing in the plan or like that could say, well, we really don't want that. Right? We think that's too much.
But so the general development plan authorizes a developer to request up to the 660 units. So they could request 400, they could request 500, but they couldn't request 661. So it just gives them the ability to come back before you all, before the public, and request a number up to 660. And that number is just not known yet. The design, we're talking a lot about form of the development, and those things just aren't known yet.
Yeah, but we're also hearing from Puma that that's the number.
It is, but
So it's not, can't be less.
but from a procedural standpoint, a general development plan just allows someone to come back and request.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hart?
First, thank you. I'd like to echo Commissioner Smith's thanks to the public and the staff. It's not often we see all you come out, and it's great. It really is. It's great. Thank you very much. So this is a question for staff or legal. If we agree or send this to council with an approval for the 660 and council approves it, doesn't that become codified and therefore you can't change that in a final development plan?
No, this is a general development plan. The final has to come back to us and then go to council as well. So this is, when you say codified, no, that's a no.
So and the final development plan comes back, we can say, no, we don't want 660.
We could.
You can up and down vote the
Yeah,
final development plan, whatever is in there. That's right.
Then why are we putting 660 in the general development? Why can't it be determined later?
I'm going to ask Mark to come up and speak to those numbers.
That'd be great.
Sure.
So the 660 is in the general development plan because that's what we believe is the right number from a financial viability perspective of the project, of the whole project.
So it is 660.
Across the 400 acres.
Not mincing words.
40
you want
acres.
660, right?
Correct.
And since you're standing up here, let me
Sure.
ask a question. So the other types of residential that you have listed in here. Thanks for coming, by the way.
Sure.
Detached homes on lots less than 40 feet, townhomes, patio homes. I assume the duplex, triplex, and quadplex are the apartments? Which one?
We
Cottage
listed,
court,
we
urban
listed
homes?
basically everything that could have been an option because we really don't know what the exact options are going to be. What we do know is that from a multifamily perspective in Sugar Land, it really is apartments and or condominiums, which, as they just described, are owned. So the other units are not considered part of the 660, such as townhouses, single-family residences, et cetera.
So these are all still high density, except for the 40-foot wide lots are still pretty high density. So these are all still high density?
I would consider it high density, yes.
Okay. I don't know what a cottage court is. What's a cottage court?
I don't either. I think it's where they have a courtyard with a kind of a series of groupings of homes around it that could be one story or two. Most of those are considered typically single family.
And since you're standing up here.
Sure.
How much are you investing to redo the char house?
The char house, our projected costs, we are in schematic design. So as was just described a few minutes ago, we hired an architect that specializes in historic restoration. We plan on going through the historic restoration process with, the building is part of the National Registry, so it does, if we're going to get historical tax credits, which is also qualifies for the National Park Service tax credits, you have to go through a very specific and very detailed process from a design perspective. So we are going through that design now. So we have not gone to what I would describe as a general contractor to give us an estimate, but our estimators are estimating that the cost is going to be somewhere in the 45 to 50 million range for just the char house.
So do you have an alternate? So let's say, this falls apart on you here.
Sure.
Do you have an alternate that costs less than $45 million to develop
No,
the
if
char house?
you're going to do the char house right, it's going to cost you, based on our estimates to date, it's going to cost 45 to 50 million.
And that's because of the structural upgrades?
That includes everything.
Okay. And in that char house, how many floors? I know you have most of that designed for your business. I forget what the name of that.
We've done two designs at the schematic level. One of them, floors 2 through 8, are commercial office. And floor 1 is what I would describe as retail and or food and beverage. And the rooftop is designed to be a food and beverage as well. The optionality of our second design basically takes the 5th floor and converts it into a food and beverage versus office. So a lot of that will depend on if we can find the right tenant to be there.
So the general public, the city of Sugar Land residents that don't office there, may have access to, at a minimum, the first floor and the roof, and
Correct.
at a maximum 3 floors. So with $45 million investment, we're going to get access to 3 floors.
You'll certainly get access to the first story. You'll get access, if the 5th story is a restaurant, you'll get access to that. And you'll have public access to the rooftop regardless. Our design puts back the 2 original silos back on the building, which we're having to restore it to kind of its original state. And one of those elevators will be designed not to even go into the food and beverage, but to actually just go to I'll call it a viewing area.
Okay. So, and I asked about this in the workshop. You mentioned shared parking. If I look at the land plan, or the bubble plan, whatever you want to call it. So I see parking on the west side. It says public parking, and then parking within this commercial area that's a polygon with a hole in it. Is that shared parking? Is that a paid lot, or is that a free lot?
First of all, those are hypothetical, right? I mean, we're still working through exactly what that, I mean, as a general development plan, we're trying to get to final development plan as soon as we can. But from a site planning perspective, we envision structured parking in both of those areas. So structured parking would be, anywhere from 3 to 4 stories, most likely. The one on the west you're referring to actually kind of butts up to Ulrich Street, I believe. And the other one is a little farther north than the Char House. But when we say shared parking, what we mean by that is that the parking facility as a whole would be able to be used by any commercial office and or retail, but not necessarily housing. Those would typically stand on their own.
Well, I guess my question is, how much are you planning on allowing public parking for non-residents and non-commercial? Like, there's 2 museums there.
Sure.
And I know somebody here was like, didn't want the museum to be on its own, but right now it has its own parking, free access, unobstructed.
I just point out,
So-
I don't think any of that, you're not proposing anything at this time.
We're
because
not
this is a
proposing
general
anything at that
development
time.
plan, right?
Well, and
This-
with all due
to be
respect,
fair-
I understand that, but what we're being asked to do tonight is pretty contentious and.
Well, you're being asked to vote on a general development plan. So
Sure.
I want to be clear about what
and I
that is,
understand
like
that.
staff was.
I think this is
understand
one area I can provide a little color without really stepping out of the bounds, though. This does sit out in a TERS, which any public infrastructure we put in place, we have the opportunity to potentially be reimbursed for that. We do not envision having any parking that would be considered paid. So we believe that whether you're going retail and or office, you would have the opportunity to have public parking.
Okay. So I've got some more questions for staff. Thank you very much. Sure. So in all of this and all that was passed to us, and I've counted out about 390 comments from the public, but I only saw one comment from Mayfield Park. What outreach did we do to Mayfield Park? I mean, I don't think anybody is here tonight from Mayfield Park, and I only saw one comment. Or was there one? One? And to me, they're the most impacted development. They're stuck right behind this development. And the traffic on Ulrich.
Can you maybe put back up the engagement?
Yeah, is really gonna impact them. And I know we're not in the business to go knocking on doors, but what are we doing for them to make sure that they understand what's happening?
So as part of, you can do the first one. As part of that original stakeholder meeting that we did, it was a small group that we met with on the day that the project was announced, and those folks were selected, making sure, or at least we attempted to make sure that there was a representative from each neighborhood that was in and around the development, and we did have a representative from Mayfield Park that attended that stakeholder meeting. We have done follow-ups with that individual. We've also done just the general outreach that we've done for everybody in terms of folks from Mayfield did attend the town hall. People have, we don't know, individual email addresses of where the specific neighborhoods might be unless they've made public comment and just described what their address is. But we have made specific attempts to make sure that representatives from all the surrounding neighborhoods, including Mayfield Park, were invited to the stakeholder meeting, that came to the town halls, that can sign up for newsletters, and we've done follow-up as well.
Okay. So along those lines, a follow-up on that is there, and I know the land plan is a general land plan. Does Ulrich is there any possibility for increased purchase of right-of-way to expand Ulrich or the interchange? And I can't read that street. I don't remember the name of the first street. But to me, honestly, I don't understand how you're going to get 1,200 cars in some of these streets when there's no more right-of-way to purchase. You can do all the traffic studies you want, but it's like pushing too much water through a small pipe. if we don't have the right of way that we can purchase there, I don't see what a traffic study is going to do. And
That's
you don't
what
know
we'll
that
take a
answer.
look at through the
And see,
study.
I think, again, I know you're going to say this, but I don't see how we can make a decision on allowing 660 apartments plus more multifamily and have that traffic pattern go through without some kind of knowledge of the possible improvements to these streets that would mitigate that traffic. Do we even know how many trains pass through a day?
Oh, I'm sure we could
I mean,
find that. I think
does
it's-
somebody know that number?
There's approximately 32 trains a day.
32
on
trains a
average, on
day?
average.
It's more than one an hour. So we can't widen Highway 90, right? We can't widen Main, Urich, Kempner, or Wood. So I guess my question is, what does the city have, what does the city staff have in their mind of what kind of traffic improvements they could do?
Regarding traffic, yes, we were going to look at right-of-way when we got to that point. That was definitely on our to-do list.
Well,
Because
but you
I
can't
don't
buy
disagree.
right away across Main Street.
I don't know the right-of-way lines off the top of my head.
Well, there's a
Could you just,
bridge there.
I'm not, I don't mean to interrupt, but I would like you to introduce yourself for the
I'm
record.
sorry. My name is James Turner, City Traffic Engineer.
Thank
Sure.
you. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I apologize for pressing questions, but
Oh,
you
No
know,
problem.
these people have a lot of concerns, and they do need to know. And
No worries.
so, you know, Wood Street, Main Street, they have two-lane bridges. Are we going to increase the size of the bridge? Because I'm sure with that traffic, it's going to back up across the bridge during a train stop.
All valid concerns.
And I know you're going to say we're going to look at it, but.
Well, and look, in fairness, I mean, I think questions about traffic are fair.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
that's all. I'm
they
just
are.
I'm just
And
trying to.
I think it's fair to ask city, well, I'm not trying to ask your questions, but I mean, it's fair to ask them what they're contemplating and all that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I just want everyone to remember that.
I have the same perspectives that you're looking at, are the same concerns that I will be looking at when we review those plans.
You have some ideas of what you can do, and I'm just wondering what the possibilities are. So, at least to present to the people here tonight. So, and also, have you looked at? I noticed there's no detention on this site at all. Is it all included in the Imperial site? If so, is the trunk line system underground ready to support this? I mean, this is a lot of impervious cover here.
Good afternoon, Robert, or good evening, I guess, at this point. Robert Wilson, I'm Senior Engineering Manager. That site actually in 2002 had a impervious cover on it. All the modeling that we've done in the area includes that impervious cover, so we would assume that existing based on what we've modeled. Any additional impervious from that would then need to be mitigated.
So there'll be detention on the site?
Potentially,
Okay.
yes.
That answers that question. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's brought up about Suba not being contacted at all during this development process. Is that true?
No, they would be within the distance to get the notification of the zoning notification of anybody within the.
Okay, let me rephrase. There's no collaboration that's been going on between Suba and this development in terms of shared traffic studies, I don't know, it seems like that 274 apartments sitting in the out track would have some impact on the neighboring development. It would be good to get them together to talk about it, but I don't know.
As the project continues to develop, there is that potential, but at this point, that has not happened, to my understanding. The property that is before you this evening for the general development plan is the property that Puma Development has under contract for a purchase sale agreement. It does not include the Suba property at this time.
Okay. I also read a lot of comments, or not a lot, but a few, and it was brought up tonight also about the proximity to Champion Chemical. I don't remember what Nowco produced, but I'm sure they did some kind of study, and the population density was not the same when they did their study as it is today or is going to be in the future. Have we been engaged with Champion to talk about, and I'm guessing by the quizzical nature, you're not the right.
If staff knows, they can answer. I don't know that they know what Champion's modeling is, but Someone's free to take a crack if you know the answer.
Champion X is aware of this proposal and aware of future, or I guess past proposals that have been made on that site. This is not the first proposal that has come forward in terms of mixed use of this site. So they have been engaged, they have been updated. I don't know exactly what you're referring to in terms of their studies. Champion X has been here since the 1920s. So Sugar Land has built around Champion X, and I think that we've been lucky to been able to continue to maintain them here as a major employer as we've continued to grow as a community.
Oh, sure, but environmental laws have changed. I just don't know if that's impacted their, their air release studies or
I don't know the details
spills.
of any of their environmental studies, but they continue to operate their plant here within the parameters of what they're required by law.
I think I just have one more. And it was brought up about the single family to multifamily ratio. So currently in the city of Sugar Land, it's 92.1% with 7.9% multifamily. And if we allow the 660 or 1,200, whatever number you want, it's 90% single family and 10% citywide after that is what is stated in this?
Yes.
So there are multiple properties left in the city, including one that came through here previously that is probably going to come back. In addition, there is the 50-acre floor property that's being sold. There is tract 5. There is the current floor property, which will go under development. So I'm going to ask, because what I heard today was that we can change the land use plan. So someday are we going to be asked to change the 88-12% under the same guise as we need the development, we need the apartments? And I don't know that you're going to answer that, but it's a food for thought. If we can change the land use plan now, why can't we change it later to get it to 88 or 87 or 80 or 75?
We certainly could, and I believe the land use plan specifically says, as it relates to that ratio, that would be something that should be reevaluated anytime that the plan is updated. Okay. So at this point in time, it's not needed, but it could be reevaluated in the future.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Good evening. Thank you to staff, and particularly thank you to the residents that came out to speak today. It's nice to see the involvement that's out there. My first question is, if a train leaves Missouri City going 72 miles an hour, we just got to laugh a little bit. There's got to be a little levity in this here. So thank you for that. There's been some speculation on the Char House. How much time does the Char House have left before it falls over? I mean, is it 6 years? Is it 10 years?
We've done some initial structural assessments on the building, and if my memory serves me correctly, it's about 8 to 10 years before it's, trying to remember the exact terminology of the, but yes. What this project is trying to do is redevelop the Char House into a new use. And so at the 8 to 10 year mark of what we have remaining, we may not have that opportunity for an adaptive reuse of this building.
So that brings me to my second question. The original plan that was 528 multifamily apartments, when was that originally conceived and put on paper as being 528 possible apartments that were under consideration? It's not viable anymore. Was that 5 years ago? Was that 6 years ago? So 6 years ago, right? And we've had nobody come forward until this development to try to develop on this site to give us what we need. We've got it, and as I understand it today, we've got a developer that's coming that has a plan and has some money to try to bring this forward, quite frankly, $1 billion. If this doesn't happen, is there any guarantee we'll have someone come forward that can preserve this? We in discussions with anyone else? Is there anyone else that you've got in your back pocket, staff, that has said, if this falls through, give me a phone call?
No.
So, you know, I know we don't want to use scare tactics, as the gentleman alluded to earlier, but the reality is there could be a potential here for not having another developer come on site for quite some time, is the reality of this situation.
I can't predict the future, but right now we have an opportunity that has been presented to us that leads with redevelopment of the char house. It doesn't lead with other elements of development, but it leads with preservation of the char house first, which has not been in prior plans.
Right.
And as staff, we've been given the goal of that Imperial and specifically preservation of the char house is a #1 goal. We have this opportunity before us and we're bringing it forward.
Okay, that's fair. In terms of multifamily housing, which is obviously I think the hot button of this entire conversation, multifamily housing can take on a second generation definition. And what I mean is you could build out a lot of homes in that area and patio homes that people could come in and buy and turn around and put renters in, correct? There would be no prohibition against that. So you could end up with renters in those same areas when in essence we're saying that stopping multifamily housing would do the same thing. And the last question I have for staff is, the children of Sugarlandians today, or Sugarlanders, I think I saw it called 2 different things on the website, where are they living today? Where are they going? Are they trying to find a resident in Sugarland? As the young man talked to us earlier, are these people trying to find housing in Sugarland because they work here? And if not, where are they going? Are they going to Stafford? Are they going to Richmond? Have we done any studies on that? Do we know where these people are going?
We know that they come from outside to work here. We know that our primary employers have said they don't have enough housing for their employees. We hear that, our economic development team hears that constantly from our companies, from our businesses. So we have heard that, yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks. AP?
Cool. I'll try to be brief since it's about 10 o'clock, but I wanted to applaud everybody who's here, who's worked on this for multiple years, all the residents. We're all residents here. We all want what's best for our city and to preserve the history that's here, and appreciate Puma Development's energy in wanting to make the char house the thrust of the development. It's an inexact science what we're dealing with, right? Redevelopment for something that's going to happen over the course of the next few years, sitting where we are right now, it's a hard task and it's a tough responsibility we all have. But I think, you know, in looking at the things that we know and the things that we don't know, there's really 4 big things that I know we're working on: the traffic impact, the drainage analysis, the school impact study, and the impact of the railroad. Those 4 things we're not going to have answers to before council gets it. But at what point in the process, before it eventually potentially comes back to us as a final development plan, will those things be offered as like data points for us to kind of come back and look at the numbers again and say, okay, maybe this doesn't make sense the way it's laid out?
Right.
That was my first question.
Sure, yeah, and that's correct. Before we brought forward any final zoning approvals, we would have those details laid out for you all to consider. And then that would come with the traffic studies, the school impact studies. Yes.
Yeah, I think the fear, from what I'm sensing, the fear is that once the cat's out of the bag, it'll be hard to get it back in. And once we stamp 660 as like the number, that's the number. And I think what the questions that I had are kind of on the development side. Do we know what the vacancy or whatever the numbers are for the Imperial lofts that are already there functioning? Do we have those, an idea of what that looks like right now?
Are they 95? We're gonna have real-time data. Do you have another question? I can
Yeah,
answer
I
while
did
she's looking
for Puma, for Mark.
Okay.
That 660 number that you're kind of landing on, was that vetted by another multifamily developer or two? Because at some point you're going to have to go sell this project to a multifamily developer, and they're going to have the same questions around traffic and drainage and railroads. And has anybody looked at that with like another like set of eyes and say, hey, we don't want to touch this because this is a dangerous kind of risky financial project? So that was kind of the thrust of that.
So repeat your question one more time.
So the number that we've kind of come up with, the 660 number,
660, okay.
Was that vetted by another multifamily developer or two you're gonna have to eventually sell this, right, to a developer who's gonna
That's
come
not
in?
necessarily the case. I mean, without giving you our full plan,
Sure.
I mean, we'll be partnering with some different players. We, as some of you may know through this process, I mean, we've partnered with the first time we went through this, we partnered with someone. So We believe pretty strongly that 660 does two things. One, it activates the site to be able to do the remainder of the office and the retail and the food and beverage and the entertainment that we would have planned. And then in addition to that, it certainly helps on the financial side. I mean, you probably know, I mean, just from the office and the retail are a little bit more risky and a little bit less return right now than a multifamily would be. So if you look at the entire blended project, that's how we came up with the 660 from a functionality standpoint, as well as from a financial standpoint.
Yeah, I think the fear that I have, and maybe it's paranoia, but it's just that without knowing any of the other analysis that has to be done yet on drainage and schools and traffic, it's to me that it's a theoretical number. I know that we're trying to get to from a financial perspective. I just have a lot of like stomach churn when I think about that as a developer coming in, not knowing any of that. It's a risky proposition to me, but I certainly
it is on our side too.
Yeah.
But I mean, we think that the financial, if you really look at the final development plan, I mean, that'll all probably be phased as well. I mean, this project is not a one phase project. Right. I mean, it could be 5 to 7 phases potentially, over, I don't even know the number of years, but I mean, we're looking at kind of a 6 to 8 year time frame.
Yeah, and just to give a frame of reference to everybody, and I know this is all general, but what is your expected kind of turnaround time for the Char House from the time you started to how long do you approximately think it's going to take for that project?
Well, its 100th year anniversary is in 2025. Okay. So we want to have it open in 2025. So that's our goal and our expectation is that we can start, that we'll have permitted plans sometime in the summer. And then we would be able to start construction, September, October timeframe.
And everything else will be kind of waiting for that to be done and then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, clearly there'll be a lot of additional work that's being done, but nothing that's shovel in the ground.
Got it. Yeah, and I'm all for conversation continuing. I think a lot of the comments focused around asking us to potentially table this or just have more dialogue and let the studies come in. And so I know this is the first step. We're kind of ground zero, for lack of a better term, of the conversation starting. And so I know we all want to work together and continue the conversation. Maybe there's a compromise, but at least I'm a very numbers and statistics driven person. And to me, it's a little bit of a mind bend to kind of put all the jigsaw pieces together without knowing kind of some of the other unknowns. And so that's where a lot of my questions kind of stem from, is just trying to put the abstract and kind of the exact together.
I understand.
Yeah, that's all I had in that.
Thanks, AP. Commissioner Lindy.
Let me,
Yes.
Yeah, so
the
Imperial lofts are at 98%, and none of our apartment complexes in the city go below 95%. So that includes all of our 80s, 90s apartments in First Colony.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question about the broader Sugar Land MSA, but I wasn't sure if you had the numbers on the overall occupancy rates. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Hey, Lauren.
Good evening.
How are you? Hanging in there.
Yep.
All right, I got a few questions. Can you walk us through, I know that we're talking a lot about process, but can you just kind of painstakingly walk us through, we're general development now, we're preliminary development plan comes before us, and then final development plan. Could you just articulate like the full stream of approvals before there's building permits issued and work begins?
Sure. So, right, this is the first step, general development plan. So if council approves this next week, a developer, and I'll just speak in typical generalities, a developer would then move forward with finalizing their plans, go into design build, look at, the layouts, building elevations, those kind of details that we see, use list. We'll start pinpointing that. Phasing is going to be important in this. And so a developer, especially on a larger project of this nature, would need to start making those decisions. And we would meet with them and work through those details. We'd start working through the technical studies. Those will take some time, looking at the traffic impact analysis. Our staff reviews those, our traffic and our engineering staff. And then we have to see, what mitigation comes from that and what the pro rata share is for the developer's mitigation costs from that. And so that takes some time. The school impact study has to be done. The more technical drainage, all those things have to be done. So those things will start going and being underway. And then we wouldn't we would bring forward a final development plan when we had those answers like
Is
we're
there a
talking about tonight.
preliminary development plan between general and final?
No, right now the code for a PD district is written as a general development plan, then a developer can ask for a final development plan from that step.
And then that
That goes before Planning and Zoning Commission and then before City Council for ultimate approval.
Sure, okay. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
So this question is probably for Ruth. So I have the distinction or misfortune of having been a part of the land use plan or land use advisory committee for what was a 5-year process. So what I want to do is I distinctly remember conversations that are actually captured in the plan that specifically talk about the types of multifamily build outs that are acceptable within the city of Sugar Land. Can you talk a little bit about what the plan says related to parking for any multifamily unit? And by that I mean maybe just refresh my memory in terms of structured parking versus surface parking and sort of the building wrapped, around the structured parking. Is that?
Yeah, and without flipping to that page, I don't recall if it addresses specifically multifamily, and I think you may be right. I think it talks about having structured parking, but it definitely talks about structured parking in regional activity centers, and so that would apply to multifamily even if it's not explicit in that one particular section. So we definitely would be looking for the vast majority of the parking to be within structured parking as opposed to taking up valuable land with horizontal parking.
Sure, and just for anybody following along at home, I think that's page 48 and 49 in the plan.
Approximately.
So the other piece of that plan, if my memory serves, is it required or articulated as guidance through the document, articulated that buildings, multifamily buildings would be constructed with climate-controlled interior hallways. Is that?
Yes, I do remember that as well.
Okay. And I think that's and then there's other things like the no freestanding, what's commonly referred to as garden style apartments, things like you see at Fleur Daniel and Highway 6 or Lexington and Austin Parkway.
Right.
Those are traditional what are referred to as garden style. So that's not what's envisioned here.
No, and I think also to that point, we heard from a few speakers concerns about repeating Sharpstown here. And I think a lot of those, if not all of them, are your garden style apartments. And the magnitude of the numbers is wildly different than what we're talking about here. And so it's really apples and oranges that we're talking about. And so, yeah, that's the garden style standalone apartments that are gated off from the area around them. That's not what's envisioned here. What's envisioned here is something that interacts with the adjacent properties, that has potentially, services or retail on the ground floor, that creates that activity at the street. And it is a place where people might even live without a car because they can walk to a grocery store, or they can walk to work, or walk to the park down the street if that's an option that they so choose. Then that's, versus the garden style apartment where you really it's still very car centric, just like
it's helpful because I
neighborhoods
think the quality of a development that could come back before us actually becomes really important in terms of what is the there's actually in the general development plan as proposed, there's articulation of the quality materials and that sort of thing. So I just thought those design elements actually become quite important.
Certainly.
Thank you for that. I actually have a question, if PD is willing to come up. Had a question. So, well, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hi, Michelle Allen, Assistant Chief.
Good to see you, Chief. So I'm curious, I know that, well, first, can you just help us understand generally how, I know all of our neighborhoods are on specific beats, if I'm not mistaken. Can you just generally describe how So let me get to my question, and then some general context from you would be helpful. So my question is, what level of density or population or what have you results in the police department adding an additional beat for the city?
We don't look at the level of density, we look at our calls for service.
Okay.
So however much time is being required of us, that's what leads to us to request more officers.
Gotcha. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Very good. I think that's important because we'll look at something like this and make sure that obviously the neighborhoods that are surrounding it, that those beats still have, adequate, public safety. So thank you for that.
So you're saying you might not necessarily add officers if you don't get an increase in calls if we add 1,200 multifamily units in this area, or, sorry, 660,
Right, not off the bat.
not off the bat.
Not off the bat, yes,
So
sir.
thank you so much. I had a question in traffic. On the exhibit, there it looks like, and maybe somebody can pull it back up so we can see what we're talking about. But where Kempner exists closest to the railroad tracks, immediately north of the railroad tracks, if you can go to the site layout plan, if that one's easy to get to.
This one?
Yeah, so currently there's, I guess, I'll again state my question and kind of maybe have you add some context. So Kempner is shifted to the central part of this development as proposed here. And I'm not going to get too specific, but currently Kempner exists right along the railroad tracks there. So I'm wondering if that being not depicted on this site plan or the site layout means that particular thoroughfare that currently exists would be eliminated and shifted up into the development. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, no, perfect sense. I believe you're correct, but that's somebody else's drawing. Not mine.
Yes, that would be correct.
There you go. Easy enough. All right. Thank you. And then, Lauren, I think this one's for you. On the site plan also has this beige area. What is that?
Beige.
Around where 3-bay warehouse and char and all that.
Historic buildings. It doesn't have a label.
It's just not depicted in the
It's
legend, so I was just curious what that's intended to be.
It's being defined. It's being defined. It's open space. Being defined.
Got it. We'll see that in the.
Certainly.
And then Lauren, also on this, so I'm not going to get into the SUBA discussion, although I will just say it just seems it's frustrating from a commission from my standpoint that those conversations have not taken place. That's neither here nor there. I'm curious if anything has already been discussed with the developer about sequencing. There's been was reference to a handful of phases.
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
So what is the city contemplating in the general sense of what conditions put on sequencing and kind of gates to development as it unfolds?
It's a little. I think I hesitate to say it's premature, but I know the char house is the first thing that they've committed to doing.
Mhm.
So that'll be the first proposal we see, whatever is decided in terms of how that will be reused, and then we're just going to have to see, what comes forward in our discussions as far as what can be phased in next.
So
So
speaking generally, things like retail LOIs in place or square footage constructed, things like that, are those available tools to ensure that the development is developed in a sequence that results in a complete development when all's said and done?
Yeah, those are tools, typically tools done through development agreements, which we do have. There are development agreements as part of the Imperial redevelopment district.
Do you envision a
Those-
development agreement to accompany a final development plan? here?
There are development agreements existing. Those are what city council is taking a look at. There will be amendments to those. I know the gentleman from Suba referenced the third amendment. There will be a fourth amendment. So those things are going to come forward to the city council that will discuss those elements.
Do those come through the commission prior to?
They
council?
don't. They go to city council.
Got it.
Yeah.
Can I follow up on that just real quick? Do you mind?
Well,
I'm interrupting him, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, let me just, so I'm curious, I think Lauren, this is maybe you, but I'm not sure. There was reference earlier to the overture, the senior and 55 plus living. What's the attributes of that, of a 55 plus as opposed to a multifamily?
Sure, yeah, we classify them differently in our land use matrix. It's primarily based on the amenities. Our independent living facilities, such as the Overture, have a specific set of amenities that they provide their residents that we don't require in just a standard multifamily. Food services, transportation services, things like that. So it's a level of amenities that are required to be developed with those properties.
I'm curious if Mr. Toon would be willing to answer a question related to senior living. So would you consider reserving some number of those units for senior living, or taking the 660 that's proposed and pursuing some sort of senior living arrangement versus a just standard multifamily arrangement?
We have not envisioned what I would describe as assisted living or independent living as part of the complex. That doesn't mean we wouldn't have some form of unit that would have been for empty nesters, kind of like me, that would prefer to live in something that I'm not, as the woman said earlier, where I have a pool and a backyard and I'm not having to maintain it. But we have not envisioned any assisted living or independent living on this site, period.
And this is probably not in the general development plan, but I think that one question, if this comes back to us, that I will have is, would you be willing to considering that senior units are not included in the total number of multifamily in terms of the citywide numbers, would you consider explicitly prohibiting the senior living? In other words, to
rephrase your question where I can answer it,
Yeah.
I think what you're saying is, in addition to the 660 plus, we would assure you that there would be no assisted living in addition to that 660 plus.
Correct. So you'd be comfortable with?
I would be
the
comfortable
prohibition?
with making that commitment.
Okay. That's helpful.
Clearly, that would have to be documented in the development agreement.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, Lauren, there's a handful of things that, in looking at the specific detail of the development plan as proposed, that jump out, and I'd like to walk through a couple of those. I would apologize for not being brief, but I'm gonna keep going. So there is, let me see here. In the land uses, so it would be section C, land uses, on number 1. Are you using the word, so permitted land uses for district are listed in Exhibit 1. Additional land uses may be requested in a future final development plan. That seems permissive. So I'm wondering if there's a way to constrain the additional uses to could we make a condition that said permitted uses are confined to those articulated versus this passage that says additional units may be requested?
So that's a provision in the code that a final development plan can request uses different from a general development plan, as far as if they wanted to modify like the use, like
Mhm.
they didn't put office, but they want office, or they didn't put restaurant, but they want restaurant. Those are things that a developer in any final development plan can come forward and ask. And they have, and other ones that you all have considered over time.
No, that makes sense. On the maximum height of structures, which I believe is Development Regulation, Section D, it said no building may be constructed taller than the height of the char house. Can we just put the actual height figure in there so that we're super clear about what we're talking about? And perhaps that's a condition of
Stories, number of stories.
I mean, probably feet, I would imagine. So, so that we're all very clear about what the height restriction would be. On that same note, the B on that in that section says buildings shall be constructed in order to preserve views of the char house. What does that mean?
I just want to read it. Tell me the section again.
So I'm in the development regulation. So D.2.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong. Yeah, D.1. Excuse me. Yeah.
D.11B. Got it.
And I guess to extend that question, it's so what does it mean to preserve views? Whose views are we talking about? What's the definition of a view? If you can see the neon letters, but you can't see the third floor, right? That strikes me as ambiguous and potentially problematic as we're getting into build out.
I think we would see it as permissive. So you could see it as depends on where the residential wants to go. I think this provision would say your residential isn't going to be right up next to the char house, you know. I mean, it's not showing that here either, but that's what this is saying, is this, you know, 6-story multifamily, just hypothetical, you know, wouldn't be built directly next to the char house because that would block the views. But I think it allows for other flexibility of where the uses are on site. And it's a framework to say, we don't know yet, and we're looking at it, but what we do know is that we're not going to build something to obstruct it, the view of it.
That just strikes me as really ambiguous. And are we, you know, whose views is really what it is we're talking about?
Yeah.
And I think that needs.
But I think we would define some of that too. I mean, you know, the char house is important to the city as well, and to city council, and it's the historical piece of the area. So I would say that we wouldn't work with the developer and think that it would be appropriate to move forward with something that blocked the view. So
I just think in addition to those that are experiencing, you know, driving out Highway 90 or sitting in Commissioner Patterson's backyard, also we need to consider the ones to the north as well, as we're working through that. And I think that becomes pretty important. The next piece is you reference the setback requirements. When you say that's in the next line there, the existing structures grandfathered from setbacks requirements. Building setbacks would be established in the final development plan adjacent to public street access drive. I'm wondering, when you say setbacks, we've looked at some things before the commission that have essentially been buffering between residential and in any project that we've considered. Is that something? Can you just talk a little bit about the buffering versus setbacks and what that actually means?
Yeah, and a lot of that buffering is you know, if we look at most of our developments, we're a suburban community. We don't have many, besides really town square, you know, more dense urban developments. So when you think about the transition, and we were talking about it with Commissioner Smith earlier, the transition buffer zone between adjacent residential or Mayfield Park, that's where you look at a step, you know, kind of a step down, or step up, I guess, if you will, of not having a high rise next to the park, or not having a high rise next to a home. Now, these aren't exactly next to homes, but you know what I mean. we would look at transitional buffers. So that's a good way to put it. Transitional buffers from parks or from the creek per se.
Sure.
And kind of make it more of a stair-step approach in terms of building heights.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's a reference in number 4 in that section that says 15% of the district area will be open space. Does that, so the park, Mayfield Park that the city recently redid, that's outside the bounds of the site plan. Is that considered inside? Will that be considered as a part of the 15%, or is
No.
that separate?
Separate, right.
Totally separate. Okay. Good to know. Let me see here. So in, I'm going to mess up where I am in my MD. There's a reference in the landscape and pedestrian circulation regulations that says, number 2, landscape buffers may be used for future transit stops. Can we just eliminate that altogether, please?
So that is, when we talk about that, we're not talking about Houston Metro right now. We're outside of that service area. We are talking about if we wanted to have some type of internal trolley or something from Constellation that could, like you see the trolley out here, that could take residents to the ballpark or to any of our other future amenities over there. So that's what that is about.
Okay.
So it can be rephrased,
Yeah,
but that's
I mean,
what that's
we need
about.
a better term of art on that, right? As we're trying to be sure that we're not giving any false impression about what could be planned in the future. I think that's pretty important to the residents. And maybe just same's true for, well, I'll save that one. In the section about, it's the architectural standards, historical signage, architecture elements, and artifacts will be incorporated into the development. Is the use of the word will intentional? In other words, who's actually going to keep an eye on that?
Yeah, so I will say that a lot of these, the overall Imperial, the existing Imperial General Development Plan that was on the entire 690 something acres, talked a lot about this area. This area has always been envisioned as a historic district, and so there's always been language in there to talk about preservation of the industrial nature of what it was, the Imperial, factory site, and being respective of the nature of those buildings. And so that's why, we look to or the developer, I should say, look to inspiration like the Pearl, where they do some of the similar things, and they're in San Antonio. And so that's what this is. This is enabling framework language to say that, yes, we do want to preserve and respect the architectural context.
Yeah, and I mean, I sit on the board of the Sugar Land Heritage Foundation, and I think that this type of thing is you'd have certainly a lot of folks being willing to help ensure that this particular provision is achieved. And I think that we need to be a little more expansive in how it is we're addressing that in the plan, so that we can be sure that it happens in the way in which we're all would be most beneficial. So yeah, so I'll stop there in terms of the specifics. You guys can all breathe a sigh of relief. I will say I'd be curious if Mr. Toon would just give a general sense of what he envisions east of Main Street in that particular section. There was obviously a lot of discussion of that from folks from Venetian Estates, and I'd just like you to address that.
We don't know. I mean, and that's just, I mean, the facts are that we have really focused more on the west side than on the east side. We did put the land under contract. We believe that will be used for something, but we have spent most of our time really focused on, even from a design standpoint, on that west side. I think a lot of it, so you can probably assume that if we were phasing it, that's probably the last phase. But at this time, I can't really tell you any answers because I don't have any.
Yeah, and I'm not going to ask you to respond to this directly, but perhaps there's, in terms of compromise and middle ground, if this comes back to us, it's let's work through that to figure out the right way. I personally wouldn't want to live 15 feet from the railroad track, but who knows if that's envisioned or appealing to others. So
it's probably not.
Yeah, I would. That's what I would imagine. But that's something that I would. Will you commit to working through that with us in the proper way?
Yes.
Okay.
One question you asked the city a few minutes ago was related to the char house. If there's some pretty specific language, which is not necessarily completely the language that's referred to in this general development plan, but it's in the development agreement that talks about the sight lines of the char house, and it creates a cone really across 90 on where what size a building could be built and how far to the south that it could be built. So there's some, and I realize that we're currently not part of that agreement, but ultimately that agreement, we'll have to adhere to whatever that Fourth Amendment of that agreement is. And we've assumed that trying to maintain the sight lines of the char house is just really important from our standpoint as well as just from residents in the city.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I will, there's been a lot of frustrations with this process. There's been a lot of, obviously, sitting here at 10:30, a lot of strongly held opinions on this. I think as we've heard, we're at the beginning stage of this, and I sit at something of a unique vantage point. I think I'm the only one up here that has children that attend Lakeview Elementary, live on the north side, and we drive down to Ulrich and Maine every day, right? And so it is. There's elements of this that are frustrating. But what would be more frustrating to me is to not see this site developed in such a way that's appropriate for the city and good for all of us. My hope is that as the process unfolds, that the disagreements over the total number of units can be worked through in such a way that people can get to a level of comfort. And what I think we all need to, well, I can speak only for myself in that that number's not zero. And I think that there's plenty of folks that everybody can have a different point of view on this, but the being able to enjoy a development in this part of town on the north side that is underdeveloped from a retail entertainment standpoint, I think that we ought to give this all the consideration that it deserves to try our best to get to the right spot. So that's my hope, and we'll leave it there and see what happens.
Anything else? That's it. All right. One of the benefits of going last is that 99% of the good questions have already been asked, and that's really true tonight. I want to ask a couple things real quick, and I think I will be brief. So can someone from city staff address what kind of traffic studies and what type of school studies will need to be done at some point in time, and when those will be done, and what are some of the things that those studies will look at?
With regards to traffic, just as the layout is shown, we would start by scoping out what everything is needed for the study. So we would look at all the major intersections. We would look at the right-of-way, because I do have concerns on how do we push traffic out. The analysis would be done using models to kind of simulate all of that. and of course, measure level of services at the end of the day. Additionally, what we will have to look at is also origin destination, cut-through scenarios, where are people coming from and going. So those are things that we would look at.
And let me ask you a hypothetical on that. So let's say you do a traffic study, and I probably don't know the right term of art, but let's say you uncover some potential problems, some bottlenecks. What are the tools at your disposal to address those kinds of issues?
From our seat, we always have to get, I don't want to use the word creative, but innovative sometimes. How do we have challenges all the time, every day. And so we have to figure out, can we add capacity? Can we figure out better ways to notify people if there's a crossing blocked? Can we, figure out what are the impacts of the schools nearby? We have to be innovative at the end of the day.
Okay, and those are all things, and when would those, I understand that is it the case that there's a preliminary study in place right now? You've already looked at some stuff, but when does that study get done? It gets done before a final development plan comes back to us, right?
Correct.
Okay, and is it in, like, where is it right now?
Right now, they're just in the very preliminary, just trying to talk it out. It hasn't really been scoped out by us entirely. So my understanding is they're just talking in high levels, just as you see today on the diagram.
Okay, and that's something that'll continue to unfold and develop through time, right?
Sure.
All right,
Yes, sir.
thanks. What about the school studies? Can someone talk about what's required? And
when we go through residential projects, a developer hires a demographer, and they evaluate the number of units, they evaluate the number, the different types. So it'll studio 1, 2, whatever the different types are. And they have typically a ratio that they use for multifamily versus single family as to the impacts on the schools. And then essentially they kind of lay out projections of the numbers based on the density counts, the unit counts for each school, elementary, middle, high school. So they'd have to know those first. So once the number of different types of housing units are known, that's when you can move into that
so
step.
you have to look at the mix of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3
Right,
bedroom, for
right.
example.
They base it on some of that,
And
yes.
is that all, is it the case that all has to be done before a final development plan is presented?
Right,
to
I mean,
us?
that's part of what we would look at is impact, and that's what we report back out to the public, to you all, to the council.
Okay. Two other, and I didn't say I only had 2 questions, but 2 other things that I want to talk about. We've heard some discussions of crime, or we've heard some people express concerns about crime accompanying population density. And I saw a reference in the staff report, and I guess my question is, and Chief, if you would like to elucidate on this, that'd be great. From my read of the staff report, it looks like y'all have looked at this issue. You have looked at multifamily developments in other parts of the city, and you've concluded that there's not really an appreciable increase of crime. Could you talk about that a little bit?
That is absolutely correct. So what we've done is, for an example, if there's a 300-unit apartment complex in an area, we have looked at the crime that's been reported there over a time period. We have looked at 300 rooftops in the adjacent residential area, single-family units, looked at the crime that's been reported there, compared those statistics. We have found that there hasn't been no significant difference in there. So the multifamily population that we have is not driving our crime rate. And just to get a little bit more specific on that, guys, our crime rate over the past few years, we've experienced historically low crime rates. Forbes magazine has us listed as #1 safest city in Texas and #10 safest city in the nation for a population over 100,000. So comparing us to what some say they have experienced in other cities, it's not a fair comparison.
All right, thank you, Chief. And by the way, congratulations to you and the department, because those statistics don't happen by accident. They happen by strong leadership and a lot of hard work by folks on the street. So thank you very much for your contributions. I also heard, and I don't know, this may be partially for staff and partially for the developer. So we've heard people express concerns about property values, that a project like this will reduce the property values of the adjacent property owners. I'll ask whoever wants to address that. have we seen any evidence that a mixed-use developments depress the values of surrounding properties? Or
Yeah.
have we seen either in Sugar Land or in other places in the wheelhouse of experience that the opposite is true?
I think if we just stay local and we look at the neighborhoods and homes around our existing multifamily complexes all over the city, we've seen property values and prices of homes continue to rise, even with rising interest rates. People's values are significantly increasing if you're buying or selling your home, and that we're seeing that citywide. So we're not noticing any data to say that it's changing near in multifamily. So I think if we just stay local and look at our homes near our existing multifamily units.
Okay, thank you. And there's been some discussion of the land use plan, and I know Commissioner Landine and others in the room, particularly a lot of members of city staff, has spent literally years on that. But I want to refine a couple concepts in that. So it's in the land use plan that identifies the concept of a regional activity center, correct? And the Imperial development is one of, I think it's five regional activity centers that are identified in the land use plan, right? And is it true that conceptually what those are supposed to be is they're supposed to be really commercial and civic hubs where you've got residential, you've got retail, you've got office space, and the intent is to drive people into the area. Is that right?
Yes.
And without going into a lengthy redo of the land use plan, with respect to Imperial, right, the vision was that we would see some redevelopment of the sugar company factory site into a mixed-use center that would have retail, restaurant, office, maybe a hotel. I realize that's in a prior concept, and also the Heritage Museum, Visitor Center, and multifamily.
Yes.
So these are things that have always been envisioned for regional activity centers and the Imperial Regional Activity Center itself, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that this land use plan went through literally years?
5 years.
Of 5 years, public input, right? Lots of different meetings, lots of different public engagement, lots of meetings like this,
Lots of different
council
concepts,
meetings.
lots of different thoughts, lots of different.
And that's
ideas.
an important goal of the city because that's what's articulated in the plan, right?
That's correct.
And what's before us tonight is a general development plan, as we've talked about before, right? If this general development plan is approved, it does not authorize any construction or
Correct.
development at this time, right?
Correct.
This is the beginning of the process. I think you
Yes.
said in the presentation
Step
we're
zero.
at step zero.
Yes.
And the idea behind this is to evaluate conceptually whether or not something makes sense for a particular area, to proceed to refine that idea, and at some point, if it makes sense, to come back and present the actual nuts and bolts of what the final plan looks like, correct?
Correct.
And that'll go through P&Z, and that will go through council as well.
Yes.
Okay, well, I appreciate everyone, who contributed to the discussion tonight. I think the public comments were quite good. I think they raised a number of issues. I appreciate the developer and everyone on staff who addressed those issues. We're presented with a preliminary plan here. Conceptually, I think it's important that we pay close attention to that. I think Commissioner Landine had a lot of great comments for the things that need to be worked through going forward. But I appreciate your interest, the developer's interest in developing this. I greatly appreciate the substantial investment that's willing to be made in the preservation of the Char House, which really is an important part of the character of the city. It seems to me that we are at the beginning stage of a plan that has some real potential benefits to the area and that is consistent with the land use plan. So I want to thank everyone for their input to getting us to this point in time. All right.
But I would just like to add, if I could, that we are allowing 660 apartments in this general development plan, and that number's not going to change because it won't work economically as told by the developer. So everybody needs to know that when they vote tonight, they're voting on 660 apartments. It's going to happen.
Okay. And I'll let anyone who wants to address that. What I heard is that we're raising the cap okay? I didn't see a number of units in the general development plan. I thought this question was asked and answered. Maybe I misheard. Is there a number? Is there a number of units? And I understand we're being asked to raise the cap. That's separate. That's in the land use plan. So
Right,
I want to
there's
be clear.
Right, there's two issues. So the 1,200 is the Imperial Regional Activity Center. That's this number here. So that's the entire 200 acres.
And that's what we're being asked
That's one part.
with
That's the
respect
land
to
use
the
plan
land
amendment.
use plan.
Correct. That's the amendment to the land use plan. The general development plan does request up to 660 units as part of the general development plan. That number is in there.
Up to, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But he has said he needs 660, so I don't think the up to
Yeah,
is
I heard that
relevant.
too.
Can I ask
That's-
you a question?
That's the judgment of what they need to be commercially viable. All right, I'm going to make a motion
Can I
that
ask a
we.
question? I have a
No, I'm
question.
making a motion right now. We've had hours and hours for
Okay,
discussion.
I have a quick question. If we approve this plan, does that mean the other activity centers also would be up to 1,200 or just this one?
No,
Okay.
that's not before us.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to make a motion that we make a recommendation of approval of the proposed rezoning for the Imperial Historic District General Development Plan and proposed land use plan amendment for approximately 40 acres of land located along US 90A, further described as 1.7540 acres being Olive Reserve D Imperial Market, 19.154 acres being Olive Reserve A Imperial Market, 0.470 acres being Olive Reserve C Imperial Market, 9.334 acres out of a call 41.034 acre tract located in the S.M. Williams League, abstract number 97 in Fort Bend County, and 9.309 acres out of a call of 12.916 acre tract located in the S.M. Williams League, abstract number 97, Fort Bend County.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, we'll do a hand vote. All in favor? You have a count, Thomas? And all opposed? All right, that's a 4-4 vote.
A tie vote is a recommendation of no. So city council will require a supermajority to override your recommendation
All right.
if they want to approve.
Thank you for their clarification. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you. Thanks to everyone again. All right, we will go on to, we have a little bit you're welcome to stay or go. We have a little bit of other business. 7A, who had the Planning and Zoning Commission liaison report from the February 7 meeting? 7?
Dan Simeon.
Oh, Dan had it. Okay. Was anyone there?
I was at, I was me, February 7th. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so
If you would please just leave quietly so we can quickly wrap up the rest of our agenda, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your cooperation.
Mr. Chair, if I recommend you just kind of stand at ease until everybody
All right, fair
leaves. That way we can hear it for the audio.
Accidentally log out, and now it's asking you to vote for the previous item? Yeah.
Which guy? All right. Thomas, we good? All right. Chuck?
Well, good evening. On the, there was 2 items on the agenda that were part of P&Z. The first one was the consideration for the additional fuel pumps at Costco. That passed unanimously. And the second one was the consideration of the development over in Telfair, and that passed unanimously as well, 7-0.
Thank you. The city staff report? You know, you could have just sat right there the whole.
I should have, but it's good exercise. We will also be back next week on the 23rd. So we have one item. We'll see you next week.
All right. Very good. Any other business?
Motion to adjourn.
I've got a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Brown, a second by Commissioner Landine. All in favor? Aye. That motion passes. We are adjourned. Good night.
So clear this out. It's going to stay on the podium. Yeah, clear it out. Thanks.
I was going to go in and switch those out.